11 months of GTV breakfast, and look at our baby. Today we're looking at umbilical cord care. And that's happening with our favorite midwife on the show in 33 minutes from now. Good morning, welcome to the show. This is GTV Breakfast. Shout out to all the babies. Shout out to all of those who were born today. And I can remember Paul the Shooter, who does our social media and our photos. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday to you, Paul the Shooter. And Abna Luxury, who goes to school at GIJ. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday to you and everybody else born on the 8th. Conversations on overpaid or not public sector workers. We've got the government statistician sitting in the studio to answer that question, coming out of an inaugural lecture that he delivered not too long ago. And your message is on 05555561034. Val, what's up?
Yes. We are looking at today, my side. We are looking at the impact of COVID and the effect on the economy,
okay.
Right? And then also we'll be looking at some markets and looking at how it looks after the rains. We'll be looking at what traffic looks like in different parts of the capital. And of course, the conversation to look forward to is how to care for the umbilical cord of the new baby.
Yes.
And so, yeah, that's our show, guys. We're live when you look for us on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on YouTube and Instagram, and look for the hashtag GTV Breakfast. Also, we are very interactive on our WhatsApp number, which is 055 61034. This is our 7 breakfast. Multi-T is standing by. What's she coming to do?
Yes, she's coming to do the news, and at 7 o'clock she give us sports. 7:20. We're doing headlines. But yesterday I went home and my son said, oh, he knows how to now do a tie and change the oil. So I said, okay, do the tie for me. And he does the tie. Tomorrow he'll check the oil for me. But everybody, just hold your belly button right now. Hold your belly button.
Okay.
Yes, that's what we are taking care of this morning with the baby. Hold it. Give yourself a massage. Good morning.
Calf.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. We are live in Studio 1 here at the Broadcasting House, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I am Sadik. This is the news at 6 a.m. on GTV Breakfast. Our stories that are making headlines. We'll look at the robbery incident from yesterday in the Tamale metropolis. Also, we'll look at some renewed clashes in Boku in the Upper East region. Also, over 1,000 beggars to be repatriated to Niger from Accra, Ghana. On the foreign front, there's some political crisis in Mali. We'll bring that to you as well, and the weather report. Let's start off with the shooting incident in the Upper East region. And one person has been shot dead and 3 others injured in renewed clashes at Boku in the Upper East region. Now, the incident happened on Monday night and Tuesday morning, leaving some of the residents in fear. Our source in the Upper East says the Regional Police Command and the Boko Divisional Command have declined to speak on the matter. Viewer is advised on portions of this story.
There were some gunshots in Boko Township where a lot of the residents in the night, they had to run inside because of that renewed shooting that was taking place again. You know, it is something that is now becoming part of the people in Boko, because sometimes when there are gunshots, you realize that the people would have to run for their lives, and so they had to run for their lives. But those who did not, who were involved in that gun shooting, people, they did not really identify them. But the police had to intervene. The police and the military had to come in to see how best they could ensure calm. But it happened again early this morning, where one person lost their life. It was due to the shooting incident that took place again this morning. According to my source, the gentleman was shot dead. Really cannot tell whether who shot who, but there was that confrontation with the military. and people are attributing it to maybe the military might have shot them, but we really cannot confirm if it was the military that shot that particular person. Yeah, I actually tried speaking with the MCE. The MCE's number has been busy. My calls have gone through, but he has not been able to answer. For the police and the military, they have refused to even speak to the media. Calm has returned to the place. The police and the military are in their numbers in Boko there to ensure that everyone is safe. Anybody who holds a weapon, be it a gun, a cutlass, or whatever, is still considered a criminal, and so they do not expect to see someone holding a gun or a weapon, any other weapon that will cause any destruction to citizens in Boko.
Let's still stay on security issues and crime now, and let's go to Tamale, where the police have put out a statement on social media saying an armed robbery incident in Tamale a while ago resulted in the death of one alleged robbery suspect and 2 victims. Now it says 2 others, including one of the alleged robbery suspects and 1 other victim, sustained gunshot wounds and are receiving medical attention. The police are working around the clock to bring the perpetrators to justice. This is a statement the police put out on Twitter last night. I'll bring you details of what happens in the investigation. Let's move. So the Member of Parliament for the Bumpurugu constituency in the Northeast region, Mr. Abednego Bandim, is appealing to chiefs, opinion leaders, the youth and people of the area to remain calm following the notice of movement of unknown persons into the area. He says he called on the security to increase visibility along some major unapproved routes from neighboring Togo and Burkina Faso. He was speaking at a Bimoba youth engagement in Bolgatanga in the Upper East region.
They have a registered membership of about 126. The Bimoba Youth Association, based in Bogatanga, are concerned about the security situation at Bumpurugu and Nankbanduri. They say over the period, they have lived lives that promote peace and unity in the area. The MP for Bumpurugu, Mr. Abednego Bandim, is worried about the statement by the National Security on the suspected movement of people on the Bumpurugu-Nankbanduri mountains and called on the security services to stay alert.
There will be the need for the security to intensify patrols on the border line and also educate the people to, be alert or aware of suspicious character and what they should do when they find them.
The youth chairman said the story of the Bimoba youth in Bogatanga has contributed to the stable democracy and development in the Upper East region. He reminded them of the need to continue to promote peace and development in Bimoba land.
We have a duty to guard against tendencies that fuel violent conflicts among our people back home by exhibiting behaviors that promote peace for sustainable development.
Of a microcredit scheme, some Bimoba women have been offered financial support to build their business activities. The association is also calling for stakeholders to work towards making the Moar, the Bimoba language, examinable.
Let's go to Parliament and talk about Apiate's Fund. And the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Samuel Abu Jinapo, says so far over 42 million Ghana cedis has been received for the Apiate Support Fund. Updating Parliament on Tuesday, the Minister said the company at the center of the explosion agreed to pay an additional $5 million to government in installments beginning from March 2022.
You will recall that in addition to the $1 million United States administrative fine imposed on Maxam Ghana Limited, the company at the center of the explosion, the company agreed to pay an additional $5 million United States to government in 18 equal monthly installments beginning from March 2022. On the instructions of the President, the $5 million is also to be paid to the Apiate Support Fund. So far, the company has paid the first 4 installments to the fund. Mr. Speaker, As at Monday, 6th June 2022, the committee had received cash donations totaling the cedi equivalent of 42,527,380 Ghana cedis, 2 pesos. Out of this amount, 1 million Ghana cedis has been advanced to the Apieti Reconstruction Implementation Committee to complete temporary structures to accommodate the victims of the incident. The committee has also received non-monetary contributions in the form of wood, cement, clothing, and cooking utensils. Let me therefore use this opportunity to appeal to the general public, particularly members of this august house, to contribute generously to the fund. Together, we can rebuild Apieti.
The side PRO stated last week that they have no money to basically continue to support the camp. How does the minister reconcile that?
The fund is to raise sufficient funding for us to reconstruct the community. There is another effort by NADMO, the District Assembly, and several other agencies who are working on the issues of relief.
I believe that NADMO may be in a position to store such relief items better than any of these institutions.
NADMO is storing a good number of relief items, perishable goods and the rest. But Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I'm not too sure that wood species constitutes relief items. I'm not too sure about that. Neither am I sure that cement constitutes relief items. Obviously, the body that should have the mandate to store them should be the Forestry Commission.
Let's stay in the capital, where more than 1,000 street beggars suspected to be from Niger are in the custody of authorities. According to sources, these beggars will be repatriated to their countries latest by Wednesday today. The captured street beggars are currently being screened at the Achimota news station, with their records being taken by immigration officers. These beggars were picked from Tetekwashi Interchange, Achimota, Circle, Kolebu Traffic Light, among others. Over the years, the issue of streetism has become a great menace in the country. These beggars were believed to be natives from Chad, Mali, Niger, among others. Let's look at education now. And caterers under the school feeding program are on strike to express their displeasure at the government's failure to pay off all the arrears and demand for an upward adjustment of their daily rate of 97 pesos to 3 Ghana cedis. The caterers say they are unhappy that the caretaker Minister for Gender, Ms. Cecilia Dapa, in a media interview, alleged that the ministry will pay the caterers 12 days only out of their 68 working days for the third term of the 2021 academic year.
Some have worked for 6 terms without payment. Some have worked for 3 terms. Some have worked for 4. Yes. We have started the 3rd term. The 2 terms have already gone, and we have started the 3rd one. So they are owing us almost 3 terms.
We have 3 concerns. 1, we the caterers will not accept this payment arrangements, which is the 12 days. Yes. 2, we are incapable of providing meals for the school children under the full payment covering for the 68 days working days are met. 3, upward adjustment of our daily rate, 1 cedi per child to 3 cedis per child met. We are laying down our tools from this day, 7th June 2022, until further notice.
Let's look at TVET and technology. Now, the ultra-modern Ghana TVET service headquarters in Accra is formally open. The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also inaugurated the Applied Technology Institute at the headquarters and distributed vehicles to selected TVET institutions. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said $131.6 million projects and the start of work of 32 state-of-the-art TVET institutions across the country points to the government's resolve to transform technical and vocational education training, TVET.
The overall upgrading and modernization of vocational education system project in Ghana forms part of the government's agenda to upgrade technical and vocational education training, TVET, as a key sector to develop the skills of Ghanaians. Measures include the setting up of the Ghana TVET service to manage and oversee all TVET institutions' activities in Ghana. This move is expected to help in the realigning all the various TVET courses and also bring all the instructions under one umbrella. Aside these, the government has upgraded, stocked and furnished TVET institutions with modern equipment. To further make it more functional and vibrant for the youth, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, on Tuesday inaugurated and handed over the overall upgrading and modernization of vocational education system projects in Ghana. These include the handing over of the modern Ghana Service Headquarters, inauguration of the Applied Technology Institute TVET Laboratory, and handing over of vehicles to selected TVET institutions. There were 37 buses, 21 double cabin vehicles, tractors and motorbikes to support the operations of the service. The Director General, Ghana Technical and Vocational Education Training TVET Service, Madam Mausi Nudeko Ariti, said a startup program will soon come on stream to assist graduates to start their own businesses.
The service is in the process of implementing startups for TVET graduate programs. This will be done in close collaboration with donor agencies, international NGOs, and other government initiatives such as YouStart, National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and Ghana Enterprise Agency to fashion out a graduate support policy aimed at assisting graduates to start their own businesses.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, said efforts by the government to transform technical and vocational education training, TVET, are yielding right results.
This free TVET for all has resulted in a record-breaking enrollment of over 45,000 students in various programs in TVET institutions across the country. 45,000. Government has also implemented the Applied Technology Institution concept with the establishment of the East Legon Applied Technology Institute to provide a rigorous academic core and industry-led programs to support the socio-economic transformation of the country.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, also mentioned new initiatives for the sector.
Just yesterday, at Brankese in the Ashanti region, I cut the sword for the first phase of 32 state-of-the-art TVET centers to be built across the 16 regions of Ghana.
So far, there are 248 technical and vocational education training TVET institutions in the country, and Dr. Baumia says government is upgrading all of them to sharpen the skills of the youth.
Let's still stay on education, and the Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, an agency under Ghana's Ministry of Education, has collaborated with UNESCO and UNICEF to hold a conference dubbed Reimagining Ghana's Education by Harnessing the Power of Digital and Distance Learning. The conference aims at improving learning outcomes and the acquisition of the 21st century skills through the appropriate use of ICT by educators in Ghana.
Bridging the gap between the current educational system and the modern-day education, Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling (CENDLOS) and UNESCO have embarked on a project to improve skills in information, communication and technology for educators in Ghana.
Together, we used also the universal design for learning approach to address the learning needs of children with disabilities, and we broadcasted in 100 districts across all 16 regions of Ghana. This is in addition to the nationally broadcast lessons through the Ghana Broadcast Corporation.
Over 9 million students were denied access to education as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The lack of proper coordination of lectures during and after COVID-19 motivated the ministry's quest to make a significant strike in modern technology, hence the introduction of iBox, an offline technology designed to help underprivileged students to access education without internet connectivity, and iCampus, an e-learning platform designed to engage students away from school both by St. for students and teachers. This technology is mostly used by SHS 1 to 3 students to study. The executive director of St. Nana Jemfi Ejwabo, says the ministry is planning on introducing learning passport into basic schools and tertiary institutions.
We have Plan Ghana working on ERT. We have UNESCO working on other projects, teaching teachers. We have UNICEF handling a lot of projects in the country. We have Comfort, a lot of stakeholders, even the ministry, NTC is doing other projects. We need to make sure we all know what each and everyone is doing so we can communicate to avoid that duplication of projects.
Ghana is keenly following the shift in education across the globe, which is driven by technology. The Ministry of Education has appointed St. as referee to manage effectively the distance and digital learning in the country.
Let's look at road infrastructure. And residents of Bechele Sanko and Mateko White Signboard get stranded whenever it rains heavily. This is because the roads leading to their homes get flooded and become unmotorable. As the rainy season swells up, the residents are appealing to the District Assembly and the Roads Ministry to save the situation.
Residents include school children, traders, teachers, nurses. According to business operators in the area, the bad nature of the road is a disincentive to many. Residents say there are lots of homes unoccupied because of bad roads. The Bechele Sanko Road have some portions under construction, but the stretch leading to the main road is very deplorable and inaccessible, especially when it rains. Taxi drivers who ply the road told GBC News that it is frustrating as their cars break down frequently.
Okay, ya kwani die nso to ayebre. Nso to ayebre. Ntinke yesre Ghana penifo no.
The situation at Mataheko White Signboard is so dire to the extent that the residents either stay in town or seek shelter elsewhere. Last year, a 4-kilometer resurfacing and drainage works was started, but the project has since been abandoned. Subsequently, community members have begun self-initiated projects to make the roads motorable.
As for the road, is very, very bad, especially when it rains. We can't go, we can't come. Passengers cannot move. So very bad. The school there, when it rains, the place is flooded.
We have MP who used to come here during election, but after election we didn't meet him here, or he didn't even come to our aid to know or to hear anything from our problem. So we are pleading to the government itself, not maybe our DC or MP. They should come and try and do something for us. We are human beings.
With more rains expected in the coming days, residents of Bechele and Mataheko White Signboard want an immediate remedy to ensure that lives and properties are protected. Bechele Sanko and Mataheko White Signboard are developing communities in the Punkatamanto and Pram districts.
Away from Bechele Sanko in the capital, let's go to the international front, where West Africa's regional bloc ECOWAS has condemned the attack on worshippers at a church in southwestern Nigeria. In a statement, ECOWAS said it was shocked at the incident and expressed sympathy with the government of Nigeria and the families of the victims who were killed at St. Francis Catholic Church in Uwo on Sunday. It also reaffirmed solidarity with the Nigerian government and the resolve to rid the nation and the West African region of terrorist activities. On Sunday, unidentified gunmen stormed the Catholic Church and killed 22 worshippers and wounded 50 others, according to Nigeria's National Emergency Management Agency. It's still unclear who the attackers are and what their motive is as the authorities continue with their investigations. Police say the attackers had disguised themselves as worshippers, using dynamite inside the church and opening fire on congregants who were attending an Igbo language service. Let's go to Mali and talk about the political crisis there. Mali's military rulers say they have set the transition period at 24 months. A statement said the return to civilian rule following double coups in the country will be delayed until March 2024. It is on state television that the spokesman for the transitional authorities read a decree signed by the ruler Assimi Goita. The news comes just a few days after the ECOWAS summit. The regional bloc imposed sanctions on Mali last January, rejecting what they called an unacceptable timetable for the reins of the country to return to a civilian-led government. It's time to get our weather update. Felicity Ahafionyo, who is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency, joins us on the phone lines. Good morning, Felicity. How's your Wednesday going? How did it start?
Good morning, Multity. Yeah, the day is starting pretty cool at my end.
Great.
I can see the sun at my end. I don't know about your area.
Okay. So how is the weather going to look like for us?
Yeah, for today it's going to be a bit stable over the entire country. Just some few clouds over the extreme coast, those much closer to the sea. They are likely to have some light rain this morning. Then the sun will go through. Throughout the night, the storm that we spoke about in the yesterday's forecast pushed through over the northern sector and then produce rain and thunder over most areas. By afternoon today, we are expecting some areas over the Volta region, part of eastern into the eastern coast to have some 40 to 60% chance of rain that is going to form locally to affect those areas. So people over Ebri and their surroundings should expect some rain today. For the evening, we have some light probability between 30 and 40 over the western, northwestern region and then part of Ashanti region. And then for that, the day will be pretty good for the start till midday for any outdoor activities, except these few areas that I've mentioned will have some rain later in the day. The state of the sea will also be calm, good for any fishing activities. The Volta Lake too is pretty good to do fishing, but then from that 2 p.m. thereabout, they have to call our office for confirmation before they set out for fishing on the river.
Right. So we should expect all these conditions wherever we are in Ghana today. Thank you, Felicity Ahafionyo is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency. She's just giving us a rundown of how the weather will look like. You can watch, if you missed the weather segment which we just had, you can watch it on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation so that you know how the weather will look like for you today. But that's it for GTV Breakfast News with me, Maltiti Saida Sadiq. Up next, we'll be having Health Check and we'll be talking umbilical cord and the care in newborn babies. Traditionally or scientifically, our midwife is in the studio and King Kaf will sit with her and bring you all the nuggets in that. Later we'll have a bit of poetry, we'll have our headlines, and we'll have the government statistician in the studio as well. The show is packed. Stay with us.
Again, welcome. We're having some phonetics lessons in studio before we came on air. Paul the Shooter, happy birthday. So Paul the Shooter is on Instagram, is on Twitter as Paul the Shooter. Go and look for him. Happy birthday to you. God bless you. So Paul is our guy. And then we are giving a big BFS shout out to the Ghana Registered Midwives Association, especially to the president, Nectar Forson Asson. And we apologize that we never acknowledged you. We acknowledge you now. We know you are watching, so thank you for watching us. And guys, today we're going to be talking about the very critical care when it comes to babies. Like we said when we're doing our intro, we're talking about the umbilical cord and the care for it. The debate behind the scenes with what it was called, what the proper pronunciation for umbilical, some said umbilical. And so the midwife, our favorite midwife, Rubina Ansatego, she's the senior midwifery officer at the Tema Health Center in Community 1. She's going to tell us the proper pronunciation. Good morning, Ms. Ago.
Good morning, Valerie. You're okay. Good.
No, Bamuto, we are
I feel diversion too, and there was traffic, heavy traffic.
How long did you stay in traffic for?
Tom, about 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. I left home around 4 a.m. and I got here 5:45.
Wow.
Just here and here. So you can just imagine.
A journey that would have ideally taken you like 30 minutes.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning once again. Thank you.
Okay, so now what is the pronunciation? Is it umbilical? What is the pronunciation from a professional?
It's umbilical.
Say that again.
Umbilical.
For those of you who do not know the pronunciation, say that again.
Umbilical.
Umbilical.
Yes.
So all you saying umbilical is wrong, right?
It's wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong.
Right. Okay. So what's the myth about the umbilical cord?
Okay, people believe that is their perception. They think that when the baby comes out,
right,
there's a connection from mother to baby, and that is the placenta, the cord, and the baby. So we have the uterus, the placenta, the cord, and the baby. Immediately the cord is being cut, people believe is part of the baby and the mother. That is the connection between. So even if it's off, they like to keep it, because where they keep it, they believe that's where the child will always come back to visit or be there. For instance, we Ghanaians, we believe in extended family. Yeah. There are some homes, they have big trees, they have pots, they have so many things in the family house. Per each child, they drop it there because they believe when the child grows, you should find your way back home. They will never discard it, but they will bury it, thinking when the child grows, the child needs to come back home. No matter where you find yourself, you should be able to come back home.
Okay. I've also read that people blend it and drink it.
Yeah.
For it's supposed to be nutritious for.
Yeah, people blend. Aside even blending, they even cook and eat because they believe it's part of them. Aside that, also the placenta, they believe it makes your skin glow. So they mix it with things, and at the end of the day, they apply it on their skin.
But does it work?
It doesn't work anywhere.
Okay.
I don't know. As of now, no has shown that placenta, when you blend or you
your
cook,
own placenta.
yes, your own placenta after the delivery. I haven't seen any research as of now. That is the perception that people have. When you blend the placenta and you apply it on your skin will glow. Or when you cook it and you eat, it never it goes to the right places, so that at the end of the day you can easily get pregnant again. Actually, there is no research to show that. That's what people believe because they feel it's part of them. Somebody say, when I was pregnant, I was eating all sorts of food, my child's favorite food. So at the end of the day, why should it even go waste? Because we believe that the placenta is a composition of so many nutrients, including calcium, which is there. So at the end of the day, baby gets all that he or she needs to get from mother, baby to grow. So they believe it's nutritious. Fine, it is nutritious, but I also know by what I was taught, we are not supposed to consume placenta. Placenta needs to actually be discarded in the right and appropriate way.
Okay, so medically not safe for consumption?
No.
Okay.
No.
So let's come back to the umbilical cord.
Okay.
I know someone who went into the delivery room with a wife and said he wanted to cut the umbilical cord, and as soon as they gave him the scissors, he just went off and he fainted. Do you have such stories of people, husbands coming in to, try and help with delivery, ease things, and fainting in the delivery rooms and all of that?
Yeah, it's so funny. They're like, oh, madam, when it's time, I want to cut my own cord. Like, you could see the vim is there, the energy is there. He's so excited. Immediately, the head crowns, that is when the baby is coming out. You call the man, immediately he gets there. What is this? Some do run away. Some do collapse. We'll finish cleaning the mother. So far as you are breathing, we'll allow you to be lying on the floor. We won't even bother to call you. When we are done with everything, because we know most of them, they just want a piece of the placenta. So we'll just cut and get you the piece and put it on a tissue for you to come and have a look at it and also have a look at the placenta. I'll urge all the men, if you don't have that strength, please don't try it. Don't try it at all, because it's not something so easy like the way you watch on movies. No. When the head is crowned, it's a different ball game altogether. So if you don't have that strength, please just stay quietly in your corner. Let's finish doing our work and we'll bring your baby to you.
Right. Okay, so tell us about at what point during pregnancy is the umbilical cord formed? Okay,
so it's between 4 to 8 weeks. We are expecting that the umbilical cord should form, because that is the center, the connection for the baby to grow. So if placenta is not forming, then the baby wouldn't grow, because baby gets its nutrients, and the cord is like the channel or the tunnel that all the nutrients needs to flow to the baby. And when mother breathes, baby breathes. When mother drinks water, baby gets enough. When mother eats wache, baby gets wache. So that is the tunnel that baby gets all its nutrients from. So immediately you miss your period, it's 4 weeks. Placenta has already formed.
And so the baby starts, the heart has started.
The heart starts beating from 7 to 8 weeks. When the placenta forms, that is the connection.
That's it.
Baby needs to grow to get a particular weight. Immediately baby grows and the heart forms, it starts beating. Exactly 8 weeks, we are expecting the heart to beat. That is 2 months when you are pregnant. We are expecting the heart to start beating.
Okay, so now baby has come out. At which point is the umbilical cord cut?
Okay, so when baby comes out, we deliver baby on mother's abdomen. We expect baby to breathe before we cut the cord.
Okay, is that where, if a baby comes out and is not breathing, you have to slap the baby's butt?
No, we have things that we do. We stimulate the baby, we suction the baby. At the end of the day also, we try to wrap the baby. You know, that always comes from the mother.
Right.
So we deliver baby on mommy's abdomen. At the end of the day, we'll try to stimulate the back. So you see that this is baby. Baby is being delivered. This is baby Kafi Jr. anyway.
Baby Kafi.
Yes. So we stimulate the back like this.
Right.
You see the lungs is here and here. The more you stimulate, the more pressure is being applied to the lungs so that baby can start breathing. At the same time, too, we'll suction the baby from the mouth, then to the nose. So if there are any meconium, we say meconium, the water that surrounds the baby, that is blocking the nostrils from baby to breathe, we suction both from the mouth, then to the nose. Immediately baby starts breathing, we are able to cut our cord. We separate baby from mother. Then we do our job by taking care of the baby, taking care of the mother.
Okay, so kindly explain to us how it's cut. Okay.
So
is there a special procedure?
We have our cord scissors.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I forgot that one. I couldn't bring it. But this is our cord clamp. If our viewers can see,
yes.
I hope my camera can capture it. So
yes,
this is our cord clamp. So we have also two. One here, then the one which is attached to the mother.
Right.
So the junction between the two will cut.
Right.
So this one holds it because one, we don't want baby to bleed because there are arteries and veins. When the camera gets closer, you see two blue lines and one red line.
Okay, I mean, it's getting closer, so
okay.
I'm sure we'll be able
so
to
we
catch
have
that.
two blue lines and one red line. So arteries and vein, they carry the blood to the baby. Right. When you don't clap this cord and you don't apply it, baby can start bleeding from the tip. Wow. And we are expecting that at the end of the day, when we clamp, it applies pressure. So it stops the bleeding from here. And what is here is kept. Because the first 1 minute is the golden moment.
The golden moment.
Golden moment for the baby. That golden moment, baby should be able to breathe. There should be circulation from head to toe.
The first 1 minute.
First 1 minute. There should be enough blood supply to the brain so that the child can grow with good IQ.
Right.
It's so important.
So the golden moment.
Yes, golden moment. When there's less oxygen, there's less blood supply to the brain. In quote, we can have a baby who is a vegetable. Baby's milestone would delay. Baby's milestone would delay speech, able to write, able to walk, sit, and all those things, everything will delay.
So that first 1 minute is the critical, the most critical time.
And we've named it golden moment.
The golden moment.
Yes.
Okay. So what happens if you don't get the golden moment right? What happens if something goes wrong with while cutting the umbilical cord? What happens?
As a midwife, I'll say we've grown and past that stage.
Okay.
We are not expecting anything to go wrong.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, when you clamp the cord, before even you invite the husband, if he's the one coming to cut the cord, you've already clamped.
Right.
You just direct him, hold his hand where he should cut. So at the end of the day, you are not expecting him to cut here because you are directing him. You're supposed to assist him. You're not supposed to leave him alone. And the scissors is done in such a way that there's no spillage of blood. Okay. It's curved in a particular way. It holds the cord itself. When it cuts, that's it.
Okay. And so after it's been cut, how do you care for it? How do you care for it while you're in the hospital?
Okay.
Before we even go to when we get to the house, yeah.
All right. So we are expecting after 24 hours, baby should take a first bath or his first bath.
Okay.
So when we have two things that we use, that is the chlorhexidine gel or the mentholated spirit. When you are using the chlorhexidine gel, you don't need cotton. You have to wash your hands after the baby bath. Wash your hands. You apply just a little on the tip of your index finger. So these are chlorhexidine gel.
Right.
So you just open it. At the back of you can just spin it like this. I'm assuming I've washed my hands.
Yes.
So you just apply just a little like this. You see?
Okay.
When you apply so much,
it drips.
Thank you. So just a little. Then, because we've already clamped our cord, like this, you start from here, then up.
From the base?
Yes, please. Like this. Like this. Like this. Then at the tip.
Okay.
The main reason we pay attention from the base is that's where it will go off by a process called dry gangrenous. That is a process. We are expecting the cord to dry, then it will fall off. And if it will fall off, it will start from the base.
Right.
So we pay critical attention to the base, and it's only done once. So when we are done like this, we put the baby down till the which is possibly in the evening, we are expecting to dress the cord twice in a day. Twice in a day. But if it's the mentholated spirit you use, that one you still wash your hands with soap and water. You take your cotton. This one, you divide it into two. You divide this one into two. Then it's left with the last portion. You divide it into 5.
So you have 5
balls.
Balls of cotton.
Yes. Then you apply your mentholated spirit on it, making sure it's very soaked. So soaked. Then you pick one portion. You hold your cord. You take the first part from the base up.
Okay.
Then you put it down. You discard it because you are not supposed to repeat. We teach our mothers before they go home.
Okay.
You apply the second one here. You put it down. The third one here. You put it down. The fourth one, you apply it at the back. Then at the tip of the cord.
Right.
Then the small one which is left, you also apply it.
To the top.
Then with the cord clamp. When you are done, the last one which is left, what you do is, there's a lot of spirit around it. So we are expecting this one. Let me make it a little bit wet. I'm sorry, I'll wet your table.
That's fine. You're sanitizing it.
Yes.
Anyway.
Then you squeeze it around it.
Okay.
Then when you are done with the last portion, you can just stand and wrap it around it. Because we are expecting it to dry. When you are done, you discard all these 5. So per each particular place, you apply one cotton. And we are expecting by 3 to 5 days, the cord should be off.
Okay. What happens if it extends?
If it extends, there are some of the cord which are very thick. So thick that when you come, we look at it, we assess it, and we explain to you that this one, it's very thick. So let's give ourselves about 2 or 3 days. Some can exceed to even 8 days before it can go off. We only encourage you that if it's the spirit you are using, continue to use it. If it's the chlorhexidine gel, continue. You can't mix the two. You only need one of it to care for the cord.
Okay. Okay. Now we take baby home.
Yeah.
What do we do? How do we care for the umbilical cord? And so I assume by this time it's off.
The stamp is off.
The stamp is off.
So let me take my stamp off.
Okay. And so now we have
the cord itself.
The cord itself.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So
and what's the best care when you get home?
Okay. So when you get home and the cord is off, there's no closure here. So we encourage that they continue to use your chlorhexidine gel or the mentholated spirit. About a week ago, a mother came to the facility.
Right.
They used toothpaste. I won't mention the brand, but toothpaste. When they used the toothpaste, the cord was not getting better. Then they started using, pardon my words, bean.
Cow dung.
Yes, and that's why, pardon my words. I wouldn't say it in English because I'm quoting the mother, what she said, because they believe that we humans are mammals. The cow also is a mammal. So at the end of the day, if it will heal, it should come from a mammal, not the toothpaste. And when they brought the cord, it was green.
Oh my goodness.
So green from the base to the up. It was so infected, the child was crying. The whole place, the child was really fair, was so reddish. And we had to take this mother in, explain to her the reason why the cord is actually not falling off for 2 weeks now. She even delivered home, and this is what the home doctors told her she should use. So we started treating her. She comes every morning and every evening because we run a 24-hour service at our place. So she'll come and we'll dress the cord. Dress the cord, and just this Monday, the cord is off. She was like, this is what she said. She didn't know that only the spirit or the chlorhexidine can do the job. So we are encouraging that, when the cord goes off,
right,
there's a junction that connects to your uterus, yes, your tubes and the egg. This, you see, when it goes off, you see a creamish, you even see the blood vessels around it before it will seal totally. If it's a man also, there's a connection to the penis and the scrotal sac or your balls. Now, when it's not taken good care of, you grow up and will come back to actually hunt either the male or the female. Because when the cord goes off, it's left for it to heal. There are blood vessels there which connects. I just want to lay emphasis on it. Connects to if you're a woman, the uterus, your fallopian tubes, then your ovaries, then the egg itself. There's a connection. It's the same way a man, there's a connection to the penis, the scrotal sac, or your balls. That's why the last time I came here, I said, it's not good when a child is born, they'll look for a tin, they'll put something under it to create a hole, then they'll pat the legs and they are just putting hot water there or warm water saying there's a sore there. But you and I know we have an everlasting sore unless we die. Before that sore,
an everlasting sore.
Yes, before that sore will actually die. So there's a connection to those so important to us as female and male.
Okay. How about our grandmothers and our mothers? Usually put a warm towel on the navel. Is that advisable?
It's not advisable at all. Like I said, there are nerves there. There are blood supply there. It's like you buying a meat and put it on fire and cooking it. You kill it. That's why I gave the connection from here, what it connects to. So even before somebody will grow, if it's a boy, and in future can perform, when you ask questions, you trace it back. Either is this or the one that they put it, that they've done circumcision, they are killing the, which sore are they killing? There's no sore around it. It will heal because they give an antibiotics that you apply it on the penis that it will heal. With the ladies, they need anything there.
Okay. Right. So how about those people you see with really big navels?
Umbilical hernia. It's called umbilical hernia. Now this is what happens. Some are hereditary.
Okay.
Some, they get it from when the cord actually is on or off. The normal thing is when the cord is actually not off, baby is supposed to be kept dry.
Right.
Some grandmothers will actually bathe the baby 2 or 3 buckets, wet the cord, wouldn't even apply either the spirit or the chlorhexidine. They'll just dump it with towel and leave it. Now, even though there's a connection, you and I know that if it's not dry, gradually water can enter. And when immediately water or air enters, you've actually paved the way for it. Then also, there's a connection to the stomach and the intestinal wall. This cord, when it goes off, it has a connection to so many places. Whilst it seals, all those places also seal. So when at the end of the day you apply heat, you apply water, then you want it to grow. So it will grow for you. Some are hereditary who can be corrected.
Yeah.
Others, you just acquire it. And those ones, we have a way or a traditional way of doing it. They have a belt for it that you apply it on the child's abdomen, which will apply pressure on the umbilical or the stump, or coins. You put about 5 or 4 together. At the end of the day, you apply pressure, gradually it will go back to where it's supposed to be.
Okay, so what would you suggest, since we now know there's a golden moment for mothers who are being rushed to the hospital and might deliver in the car or at home before they get to the hospital? How do you make sure you clinch that golden moment?
We are saying that every mother counts, every baby also counts. It's good when you are pregnant or when you miss your menses, it's exactly 4 weeks or 1 month. You seek early antenatal care. When you seek early antenatal care, signs of labor will be taught at the antenatal clinic. So you look for any one of them. One is either you see the show, either your water will break. You have
you see the show?
Show, that is the blood.
Okay.
With the meconium. With the blood and with the... Yes, there's a thick slimy thing in it, which is the... At the same time, you see your water will break. You have severe lower abdominal pain. Others also visit the washroom very often, like 1, 2, they want to pee, 1, 2, they want to pee. So any of these signs will tell you, just rush and come for you to deliver your baby at the facility.
Okay.
Not at the house or in a car or by the roadside.
Okay. But if it happens?
If it happens...
What do you do? Please just tell us, just in case it happens.
Okay, when it happens, first they shouldn't be in a rush to cut the cord. They should rather allow the baby to breathe first before they cut the cord.
Well, right. Is it also true that putting powder on the cord that has fallen off will make it heal faster?
It's not true. It's not true. It's never true. Rather, you see, when you apply powder, it blocks the sweat pores. The water needs to come out. We rather keep the water inside. So how can it even seal? It will never seal.
So
the best thing to use is the chlorhexidine or the mentholated spirit.
Simple as ABC.
Yes, please.
Okay. And then also my last question before we start wrapping. Before we wrap up, the diaper. Most of the time, we find that for newborns, the diaper is pretty long, and if it hasn't healed, the navel area the cord hasn't healed yet. Should we cut the diapers, or is best to cover it with a
So I'll remove baby Kafui's diaper and just demonstrate. You see, this our diaper. The diaper has the brand. Then before the diaper itself, we just fold it this way. This is how we normally fold it. So it's always you tuck it in before you apply it on the baby. So I'm just going to demonstrate already. And I put it on baby like this. So like this. So it's like this.
Okay, and
so it's always, and the dress normally we recommend is, they have a welcome dress, like a Moses dress that we tie. Yes, that one always allow the place to be dry, and the air is always passing on it to make it more dry. So just tuck in the diaper, that's all. So this is the best way to put on a diaper till the cord heals totally. When it falls off, the place needs to totally before we can pull it up.
Right. Thank you, Nesago. Today's session has been really, really educative. We have been talking about how to care for the umbilical cord during that critical care, and that's from day 1 to 6 weeks. And Nurse Ruby Na Agolabi Mensa and Santego, she's the Senior Midwifery Officer at the Tema Health Center in Community 1, and she's been having this conversation with us. Follow us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, and follow us on YouTube. Use the hashtag GTV Breakfast everywhere and you find us. The show is still live, and coming up next is the lady who's bleeding red, multi-ET Sadiq Saida, the Liverpool chick, and she's coming up with sports.
Where are you watching us from? We are across the globe on DSTV channel 278. This is GTV Breakfast Sports, the segment where we bring to you all that's happening in your favorite sport. Is it football, tennis, boxing, basketball, whatever it is that you love that's in sports. I am Maltiti Saida Sadek. A lot happens as usual in the sporting arena, and today we'll be looking at the Inaki brothers are in Ghana. They have arrived amidst the rumors of them switching their nationality to Ghana and to play for the Black Stars. We'll also be looking at some hot issues that are trending on Twitter. Blatter and Platini are in Swiss court today over those corruption charges, or after those corruption allegations. We're looking at the 2022 Commonwealth Games as well, the World Cup 2022, some tennis, we'll do some transfer news as well. Who's leaving which club to which club? Rumors are that Sadio Mane is leaving Liverpool, but it's not true. Just dispel those rumors. Don't even listen to them. But let's start off with the Black Stars of Ghana. The Black Stars of Ghana have arrived in Osaka, Japan for the 2022 Kirin Cup, featuring hosts Japan, Chile, and African giants Tunisia. The team took off from Luanda yesterday and arrived at 11:20 local time, where players and officials underwent the mandatory COVID test. The Kirin Cup is expected to give the technical team the platform to test their strengths against the Asian side, Japan, including Chile and Tunisia. The tournament is set to take off from Friday, June 10th to 14th, 2022. Now, Athletic Bilbao attacking duo Inaki Williams and Nico Williams have both arrived in Ghana amidst switching nationality to play for Ghana. The brothers, who have been targeted by the Ghana Football Association for selection to the Black Stars, arrived on yesterday night and are spending time with family and friends. This is their first visit to Ghana, having spent their entire lives in Spain, but born to Ghanaian immigrants' parents. Reports say the duo will meet the Black Stars' management during their stay in Ghana. We are hopeful that they will agree to play for our Stars. Ghana defender Alexander Jiku has agreed to a 3-year deal with Spanish giant Sevilla with an option to extend for a further year. However, the La Liga outfit are yet to meet the demands of French club Strasbourg after their initial offer of €6 million was rejected. Jiku scored 1 goal in 31 appearances for Strasbourg in the recently ended French Ligue 1 season. Now, the 27-year-old missed Ghana's opening games of the 2023 AFCON qualifiers due to personal reasons and is also out of the Kirin Cup tournament. Let's look at the 2020 Commonwealth Game. The Ghana beach volleyball team has been housed in Group A alongside reigning women's champions Canada, New Zealand and Kenya after the live draw yesterday. That team, which had already commenced camping ahead of the championship, are hoping to get a medal in the discipline for Ghana. The event will attract over 5,000 athletes in 20 disciplines from 72 Commonwealth nations. Ghana is participating in the Africa Athletics Championship, and sprinter Joseph Paul Amwa has been named among a 4-member team to participate in the 2022 Africa Athletics Championship in Mauritius from today, June 8 to 12 at the Côte d'Or National Sports Complex. Now, according to the Ghana Athletics Association, Joseph Paul Amwa, who runs 200 meters, Sean Safo Enchi runs 100 meters, and Duncan Ajiman, who runs 400 meters, Rosie Ebois, who does high jump, are the ones representing the country at the championship. Now, sprint legend Leonard Mills, who last led Team Ghana to the 2019 World Championships, has been named as the coach for this particular championship in Mauritius. Now, matters around Sepp Blatter and his former heir Platini being in court today, which is trending on Twitter. Ex-FIFA boss Sepp Blatter and his former heir apparent Michel Platini are set to appear in a Swiss court on Wednesday today, accused of corruption in a case that reviews past scandals ahead of this year's controversial World Cup in Qatar. On Bloomberg, it says the ex-FIFA president and his former heir will appear in court to face the charges that have been slapped on them with regards to fraud and corruption in the football world. Let's move to the World Cup, and Australia beats the United Arab Emirates 2-1 to set up a World Cup playoff with next Monday for a place in Qatar. Jackson Evans scored the opening goal of the Asian playoff at the Ahmed bin Ali Stadium, slotting home after good play on the right wing by former Hibernian teammate Martin Boyle. The game was played in 33 Celsius heat. Although the stadium in Al Rayyan has air conditioning, they meet South Americans, Peru, at the same venue for a place in the World Cup. Here are the highlights.
Against the UAE in qualifying 4 years ago, strikes again.
Well, so much about this have been the signposts of where Australia might do some damage. They've won the ball high up the field. They did tend to come into a bit of a cul-de-sac then, but the next component was the one-on-one situation. There's been too few of them in the first half on display. But Martin Ball gets a chance to attack the defenders back, and it's the man out of midfield, Jackson.
Over player targets and sales by Todd Boehly in a meeting. Now, Todd Boehly is ready to fund a move for the Leeds should to help decide he's a better option than Guardiola's Chelsea. And Kubrat Pulev will meet in a rematch at the O2 Arena on 9th July, over 6 years on from their first meeting. Chisora, who's 38, lost to the 41-year-old Bulgarian on split decision in 2016, and the Londoner has won 32 and lost 12 since turning professional in 2007, with his most recent defeat coming to Joseph Parker in December. Whilst Pulev, a two-time world title challenger, has won 29 bouts and lost 2, he edged a points win when the two men fought for the European heavyweight title in Hamburg.
aka Mido on the 10, and this is the first time you're about to view my official video for Sugarcane Remix featuring.
And the song makes me want to go and grab, a stick of sugarcane, fufung, and then just have a good time. Camido with a remix of that song, Sugarcane featuring Mayokun from Nigeria, King Promise, and cool, great song. And he's got some performance coming up in the States pretty soon. Follow him. It's beautiful music. catching fire all around, not just Ghana, but around the world, really. You're welcome to the show. My name is Kafui. My guests are Yao Anochi Frimpong, who is a lawyer and a historian, and Oscar Provençal, who's an actor and a man of the arts. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Today I've been in a musical mood. I just want to sing this song before we even jump into the whole action. So I miss my grandma a lot. She passed away 2004, and she came to Osu a long time ago, early, I think maybe the 30s or 40s. So she spoke great Ga, and this is a song that you always sing, and I loved it. Abonsa mi bamina ma chwalecho. Abonsa mi ma chwalecho. Aji ma chwalecho. Ma domo Yesu se ma chwalecho puti. Yep, that's it. The meaning of the song is that this devil that is disturbing me, I just want to beat it with a stick. I'll stay behind Jesus and I'll beat the devil with a stick. No Dovsu issues here. That's the devil for Vita. Yes. Thank you very much. Rest in peace, Grandma. Welcome to the show, everybody. WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. And we have a conversation on public sector workers. Are they overpaid or not? That's in the last hour of the show. And I have a procurement list from the Minerals Commission. And then Valerie will sit down in your world with Chief Movement, poet, playwright, and just a man of the arts as well. It's a bit like Oscar. But for now, we're going into the news. And Apiati is in the news. So I was listening to the news yesterday, and the lands minister was talking about the reconstruction committee not having enough money. They've raised so far 42 million, but they need more. I think they need about 30 million more to reconstruct Apiati. But you know, there's another committee that you may not hear too much of, and this has to do with the relief side of things for those who are who have been affected by the disaster. And I do have on the line Thy Will Kwashi. He is the public relations officer for the Apiati relief, the relief side of the relief committee. So Thy Will, good morning, welcome to the show. We're very fine. So just clarify for us, there are two different committees. There's the reconstruction committee, and yours is the Apiati disaster relief. Fantastic. Disaster relief. And I understand that you guys are running out of money. I was reading that on the news in terms of resources to take care of the young people or the people who have been affected. Is that correct?
Yes. It is so because, you see, we are directly working with the people of Apiati, their livelihood needs. Everything about Apiati is handled by the Disaster Relief Committee. And so issues of their kids, busing of their kids to school, medical bills, not for only those who were affected by the explosion, like all of them were affected by the explosion, but those by way of injury, not only them, but even if it is malaria, it is the committee that takes care of them. Fortunately, we've been able to liaise with the National Health Insurance Authority to get all of them enrolled on the National Health Insurance scheme. So that is that. But any other thing related to health and their being is catered for by the Apiati Disaster Relief Committee. And why we are running out of money is that, you see, there are three committees. You said two, there are three.
Really?
One is the support fund.
Okay.
That is mandated to mobilize funds towards the reconstruction of the Apiati community. Then the other is the reconstruction committee, which will use the fund to mobilize the support fund for the reconstruction. Then we are the disaster relief committee from day 1, 20th January up till today. Anything about Apiati and their livelihood is us.
Is there any connection or coordination between these three funds, the support fund, the reconstruction fund and then the disaster relief committee. What is the level of relationship or coordination amongst these three organizations?
The relationship is that we are all working around Apiati, but we are all independent committees. So it is not too likely that a reconstruction committee would probably try to, we don't like interwork. Each mandate, and that is what is happening. So as we speak, it's even difficult trying to talk to the support fund that we are running down, so support us. You understand?
But what is the support fund meant to do?
For reconstruction of the Apiati community.
But how about the human beings?
That is the disaster relief committee.
So I'm just struggling to understand the link. So you have a support fund, which is supposed to raise money for the reconstruction, but then you also have a disaster relief committee, which is almost like on its own. So that 42 million that we heard about, are you going to smell some of that money?
That is purely a support fund money that we don't actually have a say or hand in. So we are at the mercy of the benevolence of the people around.
Okay, give us a sense of how many people need relief from this disaster. How many people are requiring medical care? What is your budget like for day-to-day taking care of these people who have been affected by this disaster?
Okay, so the Apiati people are a little over 1,000. The last data we compiled was 1,030. That is the Apiati people. And there are people who were travelers. They were traveling when the disaster occurred. So most of the injured persons, those who were seriously injured, which one of them died 3 days ago, were people who were traveling and they came to meet the disaster. All of them put together, I think we are around 1,050. So those who are still at the hospitals, attending hospitals, are around 40.
Okay.
Those who are in critical conditions, I'm saying critical because the guy who passed on 3 days ago, the condition he had after the explosion, there are about 20 of those people. So now that he is gone, the attention is now shifting to those who had the same condition. So by Monday, we are meeting all of them, and probably we would seek a higher advice in terms of medical advice.
What condition are you talking about?
Those were the people who had their bellies opened by. So they had surgeries in their belly, very deep ones, and most of them, after the first operation or surgery, it had to open again. They go back, it is done, open again. Paul Asari, who passed on yesterday, had 3 different operations before he was stable. So it looks like because of how it occurred, probably there might be issues of infections and stuff. So we are shifting attention to them now. Those are 20. Then those who had limb issues, broken bones and stuff, are around 7. Then we have 4 with serious eye problems as a result of the explosion. So these are the critical ones we can mention. There are a few ones that will come back to tell you, I feel pains here. The next moment, they go for an X-ray. There's a metal lodged in there and stuff. So it is not as if we have a constant budget for the day. It is as and when it comes. And most of these things, when they come, it is not 100 Ghana, 200 Ghana issue.
What kind of issue is it?
By the time, because from Friday to Sunday evening, the Paul Lasari one like that, the receipts we received on the Sunday evening before he passed on Monday was around 4,000 Ghana cedis. Yes, just one visit to the hospital, depending on the level of injury.
Okay.
So it is expensive dealing with the people of Atiati, especially with their medical issues.
I heard the news, and the impression I get is that for the disaster relief, the chief is receiving donations, the district assembly is also taking care of the funds. Is that correct? How do people support the disaster relief committee?
Yes, recently the Small Scale Miners Association came to donate 50,000 Ghana cedis to the fund. We have...
be careful. Is it the support fund or the disaster relief?
The disaster relief fund.
Not the support fund, okay.
Not the support fund. So I'm mentioning the donations that came to us. That is from day one up till today. The bigger ones. Small Scale Miners 50,000, ECG 100,000, then 100,000.
The company connected to the disaster?
Exactly.
Yes, 100,000 cedis.
100,000. That was, I think, the next day after the disaster or 2 days after. I can't give you the exact date. So these are the major donations that came to us. The next one was the Vice President's 200,000 Ghana cedis that we were supposed to distribute among the people of Apiete, which we have done. So that is on a different score. So these are the major donations we have received, apart from the 10,000, 5,000 that the churches and individuals around are bringing to us. Bogoso Area Township Association and the rest of the associations around also came together to give us 30,000. Those are the donations we've had and we have been working with. So if any other thing comes that is beyond the strength of our funds, then the municipal assembly will step in. But you and I know the strength of the municipal assemblies in Ghana. So at times it becomes difficult, but it's not easy here, bro.
Okay, I'm here with my panelists, Oscar Provençal and Yao Anoche Frimpong. I suspect they may have a couple of questions they would like to have answered. Oscar, I'll start with Yao. Yao, what questions do you have for Thy Will?
Please, I do not have a question for him. Rather, I believe, and before I move on, let me just remind myself of a very beautiful biblical quotation. I'm sure it comes from Jeremiah. He says, our fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. You see, somebody eating sour grapes, another sitting somewhere who has not enjoyed it, his teeth are now set on edge. Now, this company supplying explosives to the mining companies, for Ghanaians to understand the meaning of explosives, let us limit it to what we already know: bomb, missile. It is the same thing. And so they use the supply manufacturing of the explosives come under international law, international environmental law, strictly regulated. And it is part of the law that, first of all, special vehicles transport the explosives, strictly inspected, like before an aircraft takes off. Number two, the explosives are arranged such that they show up horizontally, up like this, and not vertically. So that should there be an accident, the explosion will go up, like shooting in the air, instead of shooting across like this. Then thirdly, there is always a signal vehicle with policemen or security men ahead. I grew up in that area, a small town called Insaim, which is now very big. And that place we speak Wasa. And when we were very young in primary school, anytime we were going to school, we met some of these vehicles with red bands, calicos around it. And in the Wasa language, we used to call the red band Adjenen Tahu, like Adjenen Tuma, wisdom or something to alert you about a danger ahead. You will see that even beyond the movement of the vehicle, behind it, there should be another one. That means that there is a consciousness that at any time there can be an explosion.
Yeah.
And when an explosion occurs, that innocent driver, other people on board, and then road users, and unfortunately for people like Apieti, in communities can be affected. The question is that, were these regulations followed?
Okay, so that's a whole complete...
Easily, and when the regulations are not followed, it is the duty, the obligation of Ghana to report the company to the international arena for their license to be revoked, and immediately all these sums of money, these companies and NGOs springing up everywhere, metaphors and everywhere, would not do that. And that's why I'm saying, why should somebody eat sour grapes for another person's teeth to set on it? Why should small scale miners come and contribute money? Whatever come in to contribute money. Why should Togo and Federal or anybody worry themselves about paying money when somebody is there to be blamed, and the Ghana government has not made mention of that? And it's unfortunate because it is Western region. This is a region, I don't know whether they are apolitical or consciously left out in every piece of national development. Because you talk about oil and gas, it is coming from that region. So when a piece of that region falls into injury, what happens? You have to resort to the companies that are exploiting oil and gas and gold on their land. Because the issue is that in every country in the world, when there is exploitation of oil, the people are paid royalties and compensation.
So for you, all this stuff should not be happening.
No, nobody should know. It should have been, the money should have been paid instantly
by the company.
Yes, and even while we are dealing with it at the international level, there are sufficient companies in the Western region paying nothing, and the word is nothing to the people of the area. So they should have been the first to be called upon to pay this money. So why anybody come to talk about the committees being set up?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Who these committees? You know, there's nobody who can do anything better for you than yourself first. Charity begins at home. If you don't find anybody in the Western region being a big person in MPP or NDC, at least God made the region such that at any point in time, they have produced great men. Many of you did not know that the chief imam is from Western region. Bishop Ababakar is from there, Ajana Sari, and so many people I cannot immediately remember. How many of them have been put on these committees so that because they come from the area, that sensitivity will be there. You put somebody from Upper East, voter or Ashanti, what shows that first and foremost he's thinking about the people. Is he not thinking about his pocket?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lawyer Yao and Oscar Frimpong. Daiwo, you're still on the line. We'll get back to Daiwo. We need some answers from him. Oscar, when I was speaking to Daiwo, what was going through your mind? You kept nodding your head negatively.
I'm quite disappointed because what we got here was a clear case of lack of coordination between these committees. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, what was put out to the public was the support fund
and the reconstruction, I believe.
Reconstruction. Yeah. But when you have somebody who comes from a committee speaking like this, it exposes, the weaknesses. Yes. And I think that these committees have to be managed. They have to manage because this has just undermined their entire work. And of course, it's work in progress. And I believe that, was it yesterday, that the minister,
the lance minister,
said that they had
raised 42 million so far,
and
but it's not enough.
But they've released 1 million or so. So you know, hearing this is very worrisome.
Yeah. That has nothing to do with him. He's on a completely different committee.
No, but there has to be coordination.
Yeah.
How on earth, on one project,
we have
three committees, no coordination, but they're all interrelated, all receiving funds from a source? Are you saying they're all independently collecting funds?
Because we have a support fund, we have a reconstruction, and then we have disaster relief.
So for me, it doesn't make any sense in terms of, you know, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Okay.
So this should not happen, and I think they should manage their PR properly. This was an appeal for funds, I guess, a desperate appeal for funds, but it should not have happened in this manner.
And then also, please, just one point.
I want to get back to that.
Just one point before you go back. Is this insurance? Are you saying that at least the company that caused the disaster hasn't got an insurance facility that covers third parties like the people of Apieti and everybody? So there's something hidden that must come out.
Something hidden that must come out.
There's another thing I want to put across the lawyer, you see, because sometimes when this communication comes out, there's a reference to a gentleman who passed, one of the victims who passed, and there's a reference to his bills being about 4,000 Ghana cedis. If, for the lack of funds, that gentleman died because there were no funds available to attend to him, lawyer, does that expose the managers of this committee to any legal that may be brought up against them by the families for negligence?
Very good. The answer is not to do with them, but the first and foremost is to do with the company that caused the disaster, because they are supposed to have an insurance policy.
It must go all the way back to the
cater for
company.
all of them. Yes, but not for somebody who is sitting on a committee to assist you.
All right.
Yes.
Dawil, so Dawil, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in case you just joined me, Dawil Kwashe is the public relations officer for the Apieti Disaster Relief Committee. Just give us a sense, who are the members of your committee? Who is represented?
Okay, so the chairman is the MC.
The municipal chief executive?
Chief executive, Dr. Isaac Dasmani. Nana Bepo, that is Nana Atakojo Grembi the second, divisional chief of Bepo divisional area. The Church of Pentecost area head, the parish priest of Bogoso, Reverend Father Edward Kujo, the police commander, district police commander, Supo Williams Jabialu, the NIB officer, EPA regional officer, then the municipal NADMO director, the municipal health director, myself, the assembly member for the area, then the 5 unit committee members of the community are automatic members. Yes, and the Muslim rep, the member of parliament for Christian Huni Valley, Honorable Robert Wisom Kujo. Yes, so these are the members of the committee.
I don't hear any representation from the company at the heart of the disaster.
Maxam?
Yes.
I have never met them.
But they gave a contribution of 100,000. Is that correct?
Yes, but I have never met them.
You've never met them, and they are not obviously not on the committee.
Yes, sir.
Would you have wanted them to be on the committee?
Why not? If that solves the problem, why not? But the explanation is that it is not as if I speak for the disaster relief committee.
Exactly so. Exactly.
And I'm saying what we are faced with. And the reference I made to Paul Asari, who died 3 days ago, was to tell you how much bills we were paying. It is not as if there was no money to take care of him. That is why he passed on. That was not the case, because we have a good rapport with most of the hospitals. So they are able to deal with them. Probably that would be.
How much money is in your account now to look after the people who have been affected by this disaster?
Currently, I can't give you the figure this morning, but it will be less than 50,000.
How much do you need on a daily basis?
daily, depending on what comes up, it is between 2,000 and 20,000, depending on what comes up. Example, the time we were renting the bus for the school children, a day was 500 Ghana cedis per day. So the month we were paying 10,000, depending on how many days were in the month. You understand? Then there are other issues. Example, senior high school students are going back to school after vacation. You pay hostel fees for some, pocket money, and a lot, TNT and stuff. So it depends on what we are dealing with at what particular moment.
Right. How is the reconstruction going? Because after all, the disaster relief victims have to live in the reconstructed town. How is that going?
We received personnel from the Ghana Institute of Surveyors last Monday, and they are there doing the demarcations. That is pegging out the plots and stuff. So they are still at work. They will continue their work today. So we hope and pray that, as promised by the committee chairman, Honorable Benito Usubio, very soon we will see action on the ground.
And what's the timeline? When do they hope to finish the reconstruction?
12 months. That is what he gave.
Okay.
12 months.
In a perfect world, what would you wish for right now for your committee?
Yes. What I would wish for is that as people are donating to the support fund, which we all agree support, they should look at us too. Because after all, at the end of the day, it is the same Apiati people who are going to live in the reconstructed community.
Yeah.
So whilst we look at the reconstruction, let's look at their basic needs today. Because there are people who are still bedridden 4 months after the incident. They are bedridden. They cannot move. They cannot do anything. There are others that are moving, but with metals in their bodies. There are most of them that cannot work till the end of this year. So we need to focus a little bit of attention to that aspect too.
Zawil, how can people get in touch with your organization, the committee that is set up to take care of the people of Apiati?
Oh, okay. Via email, via phone, and through this municipal assembly.
Okay. Is there a website? Yes. Is there a website number, address, or Facebook page, a number they can reach?
Facebook is Apiati Relief Fund.
Apiati Relief Fund.
Apiati Relief Camp. Sorry.
Relief.
Apiati Relief Camp.
Camp. CAMP.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Apiati is APPIATSE, correct?
Exactly.
All right. Relief Camp, and then they can get all the information up there.
Exactly.
Okay.
Then via phone you can put my contact out 0246767-145.
Okay.
0246767-145.
Okay. And you're the public relations officer for the Apiati Disaster Relief Committee.
Exactly, sir.
Any final words?
My final word is this. It is not over at Apiati yet. So donors should continue to donate because we need it seriously. It is not over yet. There are still things to look at, serious and critical needs of the people to look at. So people should, we are pleading that they continue to support us in cash and in kind.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, keep hope alive. Thank you so much. Daiwo Kwashi is the public relations officer for the Apiati Disaster Relief Committee. You can find them on Facebook, Apiati Relief Camp. Yes, check it out and then try and support as we can. But the mind just boggles because you've got 3 organizations, and in the end, it's the human beings that take care of. I mean, Mr. Frimpong, you were just so impassioned.
Yeah, because the Ghana government has refused to report the company at the international level. You know, it is supplying explosives to South Africa, various companies in the world. So it's a millionaire company. And if we are refusing to report the company, then the other side of the coin is that they should be able to pay by now more than $500 million.
Good money to take care of
Yes, in
the
order
people.
to save their face. Otherwise, with this disaster, the company would have to be closed down. And if you are saving them, then do it such that the people would not suffer. So why should other people suffer just because the Ghana government had decided not to do what it is supposed to do?
Thank you very much. Oscar?
Well, I'm just still a bit confused.
Yeah,
these committees,
three of them.
I presume as empirical figures about number of victims, hospitalization, those who are hospitalized, 1,000 victims, hospitalized 40, critical condition 20. They've got figures. And I presume that these committees will put out a proposed budget that they will submit to someone, to some authority, and their needs will be catered for, probably trickle down. Because honestly, I've not heard of this committee.
Yeah, I didn't even know there were three. I thought there were just two.
Just one.
Yeah.
You
thought it was only one.
I thought it was only one.
Three.
And then also imagine, even locally, if you are a vehicle user, let's say a driver, you cause an accident, definitely because you are insured, the insurance company comes in to cater for whatever cost, whatever mess you have. So in a situation like this, that or whatever they call it, are you saying they are just supposed to donate money?
It's not about
they are supposed to be held liable for everything. And I believe that somebody is hearing me. Something must be done. And I think if it had happened to Volta region, Ashanti region, Eastern region, Northern, something better would have come up. Yes. But Western, that is where I come from. I know they are very docile all the time. Very docile.
That's such
that is the way I should put
it. A disaster happened in Volta region, nothing happened there.
Oh, but Volta, you have so many people to
but nothing happened.
Maybe they didn't hear it.
The tidal waves, we heard them here.
So we can move on, but it's pathetic.
It's really pathetic.
Yes, at least take away the international aspect. What about the company's insurance? It means the Ghana government has decided not to help itself. No.
055-556-1034 appeared on our mind. It happened 20th January. We have not forgotten them, and we're looking at issues arising out of the fundraising for the reconstruction. And it turns out that there are three different committees. There's a support fund, there's a reconstruction, and then there's a disaster relief committee. It appears to be lack of coordination amongst these organizations, and in the end, we want what's best for the people, and whoever is responsible to do the right thing by our own people. You're watching TTV Breakfast. WhatsApp number 055-556-1034. Some 1,000 beggars are being sent home. Where? How? What's the whole deal? I have our man Daryl Alantego on the ground in a location that he will disclose to you and I pretty soon. Daryl, good morning once again. Where are you? What's going on?
Hello, good morning, Kafui, and welcome to the Achimota news station. Kafui, we're here this morning because the government of Ghana, in collaboration with the Niger government, whose embassy is located here in Ghana, are partnering to repatriate some Niger nationals who in the last few weeks have become a part of our national conversation, especially in the face of the terrorism threats, as well as their presence on our streets, doing nothing but begging our streets. In fact, Kafui, arriving here this morning, we interacted with a few people who has some oversight responsibility over the people you see behind me, who are all Nigerians. But before we come to even discuss whatever discussions had been with those people, let me mention that the people you see behind me come in all different sizes, shapes, ages, and also groupings. And so what we have here, first of all, vulnerable, frail, old men and women, and the male population really very, very insignificant, very, very small male population. Huge female and children populations, and among these are what I call frail, or disabled populations. Their disabilities come in different shapes and sizes. Some are blind, some are also amputees, and some are suffering from certain deformities that makes their movement about somehow a bit impeded. And they've been here for 3 days, and their being here has been in the full knowledge, or with the full knowledge of the government of Ghana, as well as the embassy of Niger here in Ghana. And so they're taken care of in the morning, afternoon and evening. Meals are provided for them. A sleeping place is also provided for them. And so if my camera should pan to my left, what you will have is a marquee or a canopy under which they shelter at night. Last night, since the repatriation exercise, we're told last night about 500 number was put on buses and taken off to the airport, where they're put on aircraft and returned home to Niger. Those here are also waiting to go through the same exercise. But however many there are here, some are being ordered daily, as many as they're able to mobilize off the streets. And when they arrive here, the first thing they go through is some form of health check. Once they go through the various forms of health checks, they're also made to go through a certain registration process, so that a good data is kept on who has been here, how long they've been here, what they've been up to, the circumstances leading up to how they got here in the first place, and whether or not they have some families around who are yet to come up to the radar, under the radar of the government of Ghana, as well as the Nigerian government, whose embassy is collaborating with Ghana for this exercise to take place. Seated population you see are waiting to receive their breakfast or their meal for the morning, and then they would be made to go back. They come with a good amount of baggage as well. They have huge bags with them. Whatever they contain, I'm unable to tell, but they seem to have come very well prepared to return home. As I mentioned, there are some among them who are vulnerable, either disabled, blind, amputee, or the rest of them. And so what they're doing is these are put into groups to facilitate their safe return. They are put into groups after their registration, and then they are giving a supervisor who coordinates or works to ensure that as many as they have been set aside are safely put on buses and then taken to the airport to go through the repatriation. Remember, they have been here for the past 3 days, and they're well taken care of. They're well looked after. So there's toilet facilities provided for them. There's also water provided for them. Food, I've already mentioned, also gets to them as and when it is needed. And so, in short, the nationals you see behind me are nationals of Niger, whose government is working with the government of Ghana to facilitate their repatriation back to Niger, where they'd originally come from. Back to you in the studio, Kafui. In the absence of any further questions, as always, my name is Darrell Alan Tego.
Okay, so Darrell, so how many people are being taken away to Niger? How are they going? Is it by air? Are they going by road? What's the deal? You get some information from the officers who are in charge there. Who is there? Do we have NADMO, immigration? I'm just curious about like the human side of everything.
All right, so Kaf, what we have here is the police who are looking out for their safety. And we also have the immigration services working with them and looking after them. We also have health personnel who also are looking after their physical well-being and their health conditions. And then we have what I'm unable to say at the moment, the extent to which NADMO is involved in this whole exercise. But I know, and I have spoken to a few police officers on the ground off the record, because obviously the police will not speak to you on record whatever their duty is here. But off the record, the police are here to ensure they're safe. Ghana Immigration Service is also on the ground.
How are they going back? By road? By air?
With regards to how they are... they're going from the Achimota news station, they're put on buses to the airport, and then they're put on aircraft to be taken to...
The first flight expected to leave Ghana?
My information has it that the first batch left last night. About 500 of them left last night. And so, if anything, I know 500 may be on their way by now. That is, if between last night and this morning, they have successfully been put on the aircraft, then by all means, by now, it's been over 2 hours, and so I expect that they should be safe back home, probably going through receiving or reception formalities, and then to be taken back to their various communities where they have originally come from.
In your rough estimate, how many of these Nigerian citizens do you see around you? In the news, we said 1,000 of them were being sent back home. How many are in the new plant station right now?
Well, the news has 1,000 as the number, but we have, as at this morning on the ground, information that there is over 1,500. And so given that 500 had left last night, I imagine what would be left here should range between 1,000 or a little more than 1,000.
Okay, Darrell Alantego reporting live, keeping an eye on things happening at the Achimota new plant station, where over about 1,000 Nigerians are being sent back home. We used to see them, you see them begging on the streets, and action is being taken to take them back to their country. Quick comments from you before we get the messages, lawyer.
Yes, I believe that this is a big nuisance, taking into consideration the fact that these foreigners, Nigeris, Burkinabes, Malians, because we talk to them, it's not only Nigeris, they are found at strategic places such as our national, our international airport. And when foreigners see people like this, they think it's Ghanaians who are so hard to come to places like that to beg. Kaneshi circle everywhere, they are there. And I believe that the Greater Accra Regional Administration, Ghana Immigration Service, the airport administrators must come together to ensure that certain places, nobody would operate there in that manner that discredit the country. Secondly, begging, that is soliciting, is a criminal offense. And so if you do not subject them to prosecution, you put them on the plane. The first time, some people will be on the plane and they would enjoy it. They will come back the same manner, so they should be penalized. Then thirdly, I believe Ghana Immigration Service is not doing its work well, because these people do not fly. Yes, so how did they get here? So I believe that they should actually be handled such that all these foreigners will be away if they are not coming to contribute to the building of our society, but to come and beg money in that, beg for money in that manner. No.
Also, when was the last time some of these people accosted you in town?
Oh, that's a daily thing. It's
right?
a daily affair. And, you know, we've been speaking about this issue for some time now. So I'm happy some action is being taken. But it speaks more of organized crime to me. These people just don't appear from nowhere, you know. And there's issues of child trafficking as well. I don't believe all the children belong to these people. And you sometimes see them carrying babies in the scorching heat, and I'm wondering which mother would subject their child to this kind of this thing. And so, look, we've got to get on top of it, because first we saw the Fulanis looking, I don't know if they're Fulanis, but Fulani looking, they were predominantly there. The women were begging, and you will see 50 feet away, the men sitting under the tree drinking tea.
Yes.
I mean, what kind of model is this for making money? You know,
it's the lazy man's model.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And now they have moved out generally, and now we're seeing the Malians and the Nigerians and so come in. Mark my words, let them go off. Another set of people are going to end up coming through. So, like lawyer is saying, the authorities have to really sit up. And it's a lot of child abuse that is going out there, putting the children in danger, extreme danger, with all the vehicles, you know, that they run in between, and complete nuisance. And I spoke about this issue regarding Ghana being the gateway to Africa.
They've taken it literally.
And then, like you're saying, they come through the airport, and the first thing you see are beggars and forex and hawkers. And then right in front of the airport police station, where they have written in the median, no hawking, no this, no that. That is where the hawking is. more than anywhere. And when you watch them, they enter the police station or the police barracks, and they are enabled there because they've cooled they freeze their water, you know, and they're cooled chilled drinks there and things. And I mean, what is going on?
Hopefully that we can get to get these things sorted out, and so it's good that this action is taking place, and kudos to the authorities. But please, let's make sure that the people don't come back. They come in on road or by road, and then they get out by plane before you know they are back again. 055-556-1034. We looked at Apiace and the support for the victims of this explosion. We've also taken a look at what's happening at the Achimota New Plant Station right now, where 1,000 plus Nigerians are being sent back home. One flight took off yesterday, and we've got comments coming in on our WhatsApp number 055-556-1034. Valerie is ready for the comments. Valerie, take it away.
Good morning, I'm here again. He didn't send his name. He says, how can a disaster of such magnitude happen and there's no lawsuit? Elsewhere, the mining company would have shut down by now. I expect at least a victim of the Apiate disaster to sue the mining company. Tonya Dom says that Ghanaians want the reconstruction of Apiate to go on smoothly, but not going as expected, not because the area is in the western region. We should know that some of the affected people are also from other regions too. We shouldn't always compare these things to other regions. We are all Ghanaians. Let's reason together as one people. Nanake is saying, good morning. I think the other gentleman from the Westing is right about this, the Ghana government to do or should be doing, but shouldn't attach himself so much. Other regions has its own problems, which we feel we also not getting the best. Shadows Collection is saying, good morning, GTV, coming to you. I'm really disappointed in the government on how he's handling the Apiate disaster. The company needs to be apprehended. Thank you for that. I'm going back to earlier. Okay, Nana Kwamabwating from Ablikomo Central is saying that, good morning, CAF. I think this Maxam company from their own volition should do more to rebuild the Apiate community. I agree with your panels that Maxam company should be made to foot all the bills, including the reconstruction of that company. Thank you for sending us. Good morning, GTV. Good morning to you too. The lawyer on your show should consider constraints with his submission. He's being too sentimental. And as for the repatriation of the beggars, he has apologized. He has apologized. And as for the repatriation of the beggars, I'm just praying if we are not wasting our time, because these people are definitely going to come back. Good morning to you too, Silas. I believe the immigration should be at our various borders. That's Kisiwa from Odumase. I'm sorry, I have to go because I have to pick all the messages. This has nothing to do with Apiate now, so I would skip. Come on. The messages keep coming, but I need to go back to those who sent earlier.
Right there. You're reading it right now. There are a lot of Nigerian beggars in Kumasi. That's what I read.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, yes. So
they should be sent home as well, eh?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Nia Lu is saying that what at all is happening to Ghana? Do we have leaders? Do we have academics? Do we have professionals? Just take what the lawyer is saying. My God, we are jokers. Was this? What Jakba Africa? It's a shame, so sad. Indeed, the lawyer made my day. That quote is from the prophet Jeremiah. How can the fathers eat sour grapes and their children's teeth set on edge? It is his favorite quote. So I'm going back to all the messages coming up. Henry Osei is saying, keep up the good work. You people are working for Ghana. Good morning, thank you. Trisha, our favorite Trisha. Trisha is saying, good morning, family. I will not be taken aback if we see another set of beggars on our streets because our laws do not operate. Toba is saying that.
Yeah, today is World Oceans Day.
Yes,
so
he's at the beach. Okay, okay, Togbe. Yes. Thank you for sending us in. And the master planner is saying that street hawkers are everywhere in Africa. What are we doing wrong on this continent? Our leaders should please do well to curb this canker. Brahma Designs is saying, as for the Apiate explosion committee said, the least said about them, the better. It's great to see actions being taken about these beggars on our streets. Yes, we are peace-loving and warm-embracing Ghanaians, but we need sanity on our streets and our business centers. CAF, that's all from the message board. Oh, there's more.
There's more?
There's more.
Okay.
Jordan Babia says, good morning, CAF. Let's have a second look at the Apiate issue. 3 committees this small reconstruction area. Let us not forget that all the members on the board will be paid as well. Meanwhile, money is being sought for to revive this area. Note also that the lawyer in the studio has said it all. Where are the insurance companies? Why has the government refused to report this issue to the national bodies? Something is wrong somewhere. Let's shine our eyes. Jordan Apia from Kaswa, he says, please, Kaf, read my initial message. Is there? Check it. Okay, we've read it.
Okay.
Okay, right. Monica deleted hers. Okay, yes. Kaf, yes. Oh,
right.
One more. Silas Odum is saying, good morning, breakfast show. The traffic situation at Dungwa barrier needs to be addressed as soon as possible because it's really bad. Yes, we'll be talking about traffic and the roads soon. Right. So that's it from my corner.
All righty. Pretty in Peach. That's Valerie. Thank you so much for the messages. 055-556-1034. We're wrapping up, but let me just give you a flavor of the headlines and then we're good to go. So Daily Graphic says, nation's total health losing luster. Floods push dealers out. 2022 Green Ghana Day, Lands Ministry targets 20 million trees on Friday. After a 7-year break, Insurance Awareness Month relaunched. Of course, we're talking about insurance today concerning this Apiati explosion. I rejected ex gratia on principle, says Togbi Afade Wienelia, the 14th. Ghanaian Times, danger looms on Malam Kaswa Highway as mud flow takes over toll booth. Old barrier stretch. Man killed, others injured in renewed communal clash in Boku. Shops, schools, hospitals closed. $1 in Upper West region are using polythene bags as condoms. Question mark? Is that some kind of Aprotech? We actually assume for condom? Sure.
Google, it's happening in Kenya.
It's happening in Kenya too, eh?
Another African.
Is it because condoms are too expensive? Listen, guys, I want to know how much are condoms. Countries. You know, I haven't bought condoms in a long time. How much are condoms? You were buying something. I haven't bought condoms in a long time. I'm not saying what I didn't do before. In a long time. Away. so I want to know how much condoms are. I mean, Charlie, for polythene back to condom, I don't know.
We were taxing condoms.
We're taxing condoms, okay? So. The Finder, government commits £155 million to rural broadband services, says Mrs. Owusu Ekufu, the Minister of Communication and Digitalization. Apiati Reconstruction, Apiati Support Fund Committee raises 42 million CDs. That money is not going to the people. That's for a whole new something else. TVET gets massive boost, a sword cap for €158 million project, and then 32 modern TVET centers, new headquarters, 128 vehicles valued at $131.65 million unveiled. Thank you so much. We are done, gentlemen. I really love the passion and the heat that you brought to the conversations. Oscar?
I just wanted to raise one issue. Yes. You see, briefly, this Nigerian thing,
yes.
When you link it to the issues of national security and even community security, yes. It takes a different dimension altogether. And I live in an area where we have these guys who are coming around every day, wheeling wheelbarrows, looking for scrap.
Yeah.
They all have mobile phones. They're all connected in our area. And they're the number one lookouts, as far as I'm concerned. When there's any crime or any issue regarding burglary, I will look to.
For those guys. Okay.
I've been in the house and I hear people knocking on my gate, but they don't knock on other people's gates. And I come out and I say, why are you knocking on my gate? You've passed all these houses. I didn't hear you knock. You know, and they're watching your movement.
Yeah.
They know your movement through and through.
They're scoping you out.
And they're scoping you out.
Yeah.
When your gate is open, when they're passing through, they're all looking into your house. Damn. And I've had to warn people, when you pass in front of my house, look straight. Don't look inside. So we have to take all these concerns. It's not just about the beggars. It's also a security issue.
I like the way you
Thank
when
you.
you talk to them. Look straight.
Look straight.
Yes, man.
Say, hey, my friend.
Yeah, my friend.
Look straight.
Okay, so we're going to go to Jay Gavra right now, who is somewhere on the motorway. And the motorway is supposed to be reconstructed. And Jay is there just to keep an eye on things, to see what's going down. Jay, what's up?
Thank you so much, Boskav. Good morning and welcome to this side of town. It's Accra Tema motorway, and as you rightly said, there are some major renovation works which are currently ongoing. Because of this bridge, yes, where I am presently, what's happening is this bridge is very deteriorated. So when vehicles get to this side, it slows them down, and that's the traffic you see for those who are coming from Tama, who are heading towards Accra. So what's happening is the Ghana Highways authorities is here to undertake renovative work so that they can reinforce the bridge for it will be safe for everyone who uses the site. Arriving here this morning, you will notice some of the steel works that the highways authorities wants to use. And the only reason why I'm standing here, even though this place is vibrating seriously, especially when the large vehicles pass, is because I went underneath the bridge where the Lakpa River is, coming from the Lakpa River, which passes directly underneath the bridge, heading towards the Sakmo Lagoon into the sea. It's because I went underneath and saw that it has been reinforced. So at least they are working on that side. So when I'm standing here and I feel the vibrations, I know that I'm safe. It's not going to open up at any moment. And I believe that was a fear of road users because it's quite scary. So when they get here, they just slow down and then they pass on it carefully. So you see some workers behind me. They are working right underneath. Of course, before you work on the surface, you have to go underneath and work to come to the surface. So that's what's happening presently. Unfortunately, it's causing some traffic here. And I just want to say, we estimate once they get to the surface, it's going to cause a lot more traffic. So perhaps by Friday, you will notice that if you want to use the site over the weekend, it will be hectic. So if you can avoid this site, perhaps use the Tema Beach Road and use the Spintex Road and get towards Accra, that will help you. But because once you get on the motorway, you can't pass anywhere else. Again, you have to stick to it. Fortunately, they have created some traffic diversions so that for those who are coming from Tema, for instance, there's the first one just ahead of me, where with the benefit of the eye in the sky, you see that you can avoid this bridge totally. You turn from that side, go onto the other lane, and then use that side and get out at another layoff, which is just behind me as well. So when are going on, it makes you avoid this side completely. So it's like these are some of these are some of the solutions the urban roads people are using so that the road doesn't become choked. So road users will have somewhat of a smooth sailing while they are on the road. So on the motorway this morning, this is what's happening. The renovative works are starting. So because of the dangerous situation over here. So CAF, this is the situation here on the motorway. Thank you for coming. Back to you, CAF, in the studio.
Thank you so much. Jay Gabra, located somewhere on the motorway, talking about renovation on that stretch. And it's interesting that we say the motorway because we have only one motorway in Ghana. It should change, man. The motorway. Now everybody knows it's Tema.
It was one of the first in the world.
In the world. We need more. We need more. Lawyer Yao Anochi Frimpong, author, historian, for the passion and the fire and the vim. Oscar, I like your Inspector Bediaku mood, man. Hey, leave here, don't go.
Hey, right. Look your front.
Give me that police voice.
Look your front.
My name is Kafwe. I'm not under arrest. I'm here for a conversation on public sector workers. We've got the government statistician who will be with us pretty soon. Valerie will be talking to the Minerals Commission about that new procurement list. And we've got Chief Moomen, the man who has words flowing off his tongue like something. He's a poet and a playwright, and he will sit down in your world. A lot for you on today's show. Don't go anywhere. This is GTV Breakfast. Ma chwalecho. Madamo Jesus Aje Machwalecho. Koti. on the economy. Valerie sits down with Chief Movement for a conversation on that, and this new procurement list from the Commission will show you some opportunities that you can take advantage of. And Valerie will be having a conversation with Mr. Martin Yisisi of the National Minerals Commission in a short while. But for now, I'm talking productivity and the public sector. How do you measure it? How do you monitor public sector workers to find out they're doing the work that they're really employed to do? Are Ghanaian public sector workers overpaid or not? And why all the heat from a conversation that the government association had? Well, a lecture that he delivered a couple of days ago. Talking of the government association, he's right here with me in the studio. Professor Samuel Kopena Enim is my guest. Good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast.
Good morning, Kafri.
We normally hear you on the news talking about inflation, and you have that date with us all the time. Today we're talking productivity based off a lecture that you delivered a couple of days ago. Just for those who were not following, when did that lecture take place? What was the purpose of the lecture?
So that lecture took place last week Thursday, precisely the 2nd of June, and the whole idea was to recognize my academic work and put it out there for public use. So as part of the career progression for every academic, once you attain the professorship status, you need to give an inaugural lecture, which, as I said, outdoors your research to the public.
Okay. So we know you're the government statistician, but in terms of profession, how would you describe it? So what's your training?
So my training broadly is in economics, specifically in development microeconomics. Okay. My PhD focused on microfinance because around 2008, that was the development paradigm that we all thought was going to alleviate poverty. And since then, I've gone into other household making issues from the health perspectives, done a bit on poverty and inequality. Okay. And currently I'm with the government trying to get closer to the policy maker.
Indeed, indeed. And what was the title of your inaugural lecture?
It was on data policy transitions, perspectives of economic variables. And if you don't mind, I would elaborate on why I chose that. Yes. Yeah. So as a country, we got the opportunity to rethink microfinance in terms of whether it has that magic to take everybody out of poverty in 2004. And I was part of a project that was sponsored by the World Bank, like any other data collection that we do, which sought to touch on the outreach and targeting of clients. And from that lecture, we realized that the characteristics of the poor vary so much, and the characteristics of institutions also vary so much. So if you don't carefully plant specific types of microfinance institutions, different economic target areas, there'll be mistargeting, and that is what sometimes we call the missing the gap in reaching the poor, missing the gap in reaching women. So since then, I thought of having my PhD in that area. Little did I know that the rigor of the PhD work would not require that cross-sectional data. So what we mean by cross-sectional data is data that you collect only at one point in time. Right. You don't follow up on the same people to see how their characteristics change over time. And unfortunately, until the annual household income and expenditure survey that we are doing now, all the data that we've collected in this country is what we call repeated cross-section. So we pick a sample today, study their characteristics, and then because of the long span in between the data collection, we have to take another sample, and then based on statistics, we say that their averages, for instance, will be the same. Okay. And that will be the basis for drawing conclusions. So over the period, I've experience to appreciate the challenges with data that we use for policy. So my lecture, Data Policy Transitions, was to expose what I termed as the data integrity framework, and it gives us 12 points by which we're going to assess the rigor of the data that we use. And I looked at this from what academics are not doing and what policymakers are not doing. Right. And from what academics are not doing, I touched on what is called data bias, and I asked the question, why don't we estimate the bias associated with the data that we collect? Okay. So for instance, people do in-person interview to collect data. Now with time, we are doing telephone interview, we are doing online data collection, we are going on different websites. All these different data sources would give us different responses. So there is a need for academics to begin to think about how do we estimate the biases associated with data. Then on the policy side, which I call the data accountability, two questions. One is, are we really touching on all the variables that explain the Ghanaian economy? And I found this discussion very compelling when the president a couple of weeks back said we should begin to build African economic models.
Exactly.
And our ability to build African economic models depends on the data that we are working with. So I touched on 5 variables, one of which is earnings inequality. The second one is productivity, and I carefully arranged these 5 variables so that its explanation will be clear. The third one was on capital flight, businesses that are done here and money that goes out there, trade vulnerabilities in terms of how we are vulnerable to countries like China, South Africa, Vietnam, and why the experience with Russia and Ukraine, in a simple word, we say that it's just possibly a tip of the iceberg, because we rely more on other countries than Russia and Ukraine.
Right.
So if we are really feeling the Russian invasion of Ukraine, then it's about time we begin to have conversations around trade vulnerabilities. Then I talked about stocks of grains, and this is simply being informed by how I see the inflation data, how I see prices vary across different outlets that we collect data on, and my argument that yes, we're doing some interventions on the monetary front, but it's important we begin to look at what is happening on the supply side in terms of the real sector.
Okay.
So if you look at prices across the 54 markets that we collect imported rice from, they vary significantly during this time relative to 2018. So I call it a behavioral element in there, because it could be issues of profiteering, people not just being informed and they are hedging against future increases in prices. It could be transportational issues.
So multiple
factors
to explain it.
Yes, not from the monetary side, but from the behavioral side, what sellers are doing, what consumers are not aware of. And
yeah, so I get that whole the background to your talk, and you covered a lot of issues. But how come there's one issue that everybody's talking about right now, and it has to do with public sector workers being overpaid? Did you say that?
Categorically, I've rebutted that. I never said that, but it's important it's come up because it more or less gives us the opportunity to further discuss the import of my lecture, which is data policy transition. Carefully, let me just explain the process. So as I indicated, I preceded the discussion on productivity with 2 things. One is, think about our GDP, our gross domestic product. 75% of the gross domestic product are coming from the formal sector, which is mainly driven by the public sector. Informal sector, where we have 75% of people employed, are contributing 25% of our GDP. So assuming your GDP is, let's say, 100, and it's that low relative to other countries, given that ceiling, 75 of it is coming from the formal sector, which is driven by the public sector. So even from that perspective, as a share, the public sector is contributing more, because the public sector is the engine for the formal sector. Then I went ahead to talk about the issues of inequality within the public sector earnings. I demonstrated that with an indicator which we call the Gini coefficient. And I say that as a country, we measure our consumption expenditure, we measure our inequality using consumption expenditure. And I argued that once you look at it from the expenditure point of view, you would have dampened the distributional challenges that we have, because people will benefit from transfers, people will benefit from remittances. So even if there are distribution challenges from the earnings point of view, and you don't estimate the inequality from that point, and you do that from the consumption expenditure point of view, you wouldn't be getting the true picture, because of the transfers and the fact that money can easily move from one hand to the other. Within that, I moved to the productivity, and I say that look at our entire GDP, 175 billion for 2021. Divide that by the number of people that are employed, that is the employed population, which we got from the census, which was about 9.9 million. If you do that simple division for a month, you get 1,460 or 1,420. I always give these two figures because you can just do the division or discount it by the number of hours that people work. But the bottom line is that it's around 460. And that is for the entire country. And one of the basic principles in economics is that what you earn should be equal to output, and that should be equal to what you spend. So we call that the income identity, the circular flow. It's that basic. Then I said, let's use a proxy for earnings, because the last time we collected data on earnings was in 2017. So we pick earnings from the controlling accountant department and capture earnings per head within the public sector.
Is that where you got the 3,400?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said categorically that look at the variation.
1,460 versus
3,420. I never said they are overpaid, and the reason why I didn't say they're overpaid is that I had demonstrated the inequalities from the earnings point of view. So once there's inequality, all that means is that if you have a group of people, a small group of people who are earning so high, that group of people will be pulling up that 3,420, which we know that is the case because the data had stuck inequalities when it comes to earnings. So once you find that variation, you cannot use the average as basis to say that public sector workers are overpaid. In any case, the central message was that can we as a country begin to have conversation on productivity?
How do we improve productivity?
From my point of view as a statistician, the first thing is measurement, and that is from a statistics point of view. Then the second thing is what interventions do you put in place, and I believe that is what you are saying. And this is where the concern is, whether it's a problem of the government or is a problem of the employee. From my position, they need to move in what we call a cobweb manner. So assuming the government decides to heed to a percentage increase in salary now, the government should have in mind, what am I expecting? The employee, yes, the employee does that, and that will be the basis for further increases. So that is all that we are advocating for.
But how do you measure productivity? I mean, let's take any public institution. How do you measure that somebody is being productive?
The approach that I used was very crude, but it's a way to start with. And it's very simple. And I would say that this is what my colleagues in accounting, finance, they do. They simply say that what is your output and what is your input. So for instance, I was giving money, GSS was giving money to do the census. At the end of the day, were we able to deliver a census? So the census becomes our output. So one of the things we are doing consciously as Statistical Service now is publishing the statistical products that we put out there. Nobody would ever come and ask the government statistician, how many statistical products did you put out there in the last year? And this is the conversation that I want us to have. So if you move away from statistical service, if you go to the medical field, if you go to the teaching field, given what they do, how many patients did you attend to? How many surgeries did you attend to? How many doctors do you have? So that how many doctors will become your input, output, the number of people that you attended.
Let's put it to me. I mean, how would you describe? How would you measure my productivity? I interview people. So how are you going to determine that? Okay, Kafui is productive or he's not productive?
We can have this conversation in a very sequential way, starting with the very basics. So as you are saying, you interview people. At the end of the day, the people that you interview are they in the sectors that are driving the economy? If you interview them like you are interviewing me now, would you find the responsibility that 5 years' time, that is if you believe in the concept of productivity, 5 years' time you need to speak to him again to see whether some progress has been made? Because clearly from my lecture I said, we've initiated conversations at different levels on productivity, but it is not happening. We have the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. If you take its documentation, we have the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. If you take its documentation, they all talk about productivity. And in the lecture, I demonstrated that productivity is not persons in Ghana. It's been there. But the problem is who should take the step for measurement and who should take the step to relate productivity with other outcomes such as earnings.
Are you surprised by the reaction to what people thought you may have said about public sector workers being overpaid?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised, but I would say that I find the responsibility to talk about data more compelling now, given the way graphic captioned what I said, which to a large extent I would say I would pardon them to an extent, because maybe I should have provided the details as I'm doing now, that I'm preceding the inequalities with a discussion on productivities, because the averages in itself do not tell the story. But clearly we have a data illiterate, and we are operating a data illiterate environment, and the Statistical Service and the academic community to really ensure that people don't run away with single numbers to draw conclusions.
Yeah, because I look at the graphic story and it says public sector workers overpaid. Government statistician, the government statistician, Professor Samuel Kobna, which is you, has said workers in the public sector are generally overpaid for work done. And he said averagely public sector workers were paid double for their output. And he has therefore called for the creation of a public productivity committee of parliament to work like the Public Accounts Committee and ensure that ministries, departments and agencies, the public sector in general, deliver output commensurate with their earnings. You don't entirely agree with how this was couched?
I don't agree at all. As I said, because once you say that, then you generalize. So you are missing the bit of inequalities.
Are you feeling the heat from response? What was the response like? What kind of response have you received from this story when it broke?
It's really been mixed. It's been mixed in the sense that even colleagues needed some education to understand. The good thing is that those who sat through the lecture were really surprised that such a caption has been given to the lecture, because they heard me speak and they knew all the issues that I raised, especially from the informal, formal, inequality to productivity. So most of the people who sat in the lecture that I've contacted since this caption are pretty surprised. But those who did not read, which again, it's unfortunate, because we got a number of people contacting me simply based on the caption of Daily Graphic. And this is an inaugural lecture that we could have taken that little step to say that, let me go to the University of Cape Coast website and let me see if I can get the full clip or the whatever.
It's actually on YouTube right now.
It's there.
I've seen it.
It's there. Yeah. And even after explaining it, people who read it are simply arguing that once I say variation, it means their their output does not commensurate the earnings. Then I tell them, go back to the first issue they raised. The first issue is about distributional problems. So if you take the productivity conversation in isolation, then you'll be drawing that conclusion.
Okay, so how productive are Ghanaian public sector workers?
Kafi, this is exactly the point. Nobody measures it.
Okay.
This is so I would say this I'll say the first time that an attempt is being made to say that you can measure it crudely. And that crude way of doing it is that start with earnings inequalities, because you cannot measure productivity without talking about earnings.
What is an earning inequality?
It's simply the differences in the salaries or allowances within a given space, i.e. the public sector or the private sector.
So are you comparing public sector earnings with private sector, or is it within the public sector space? How are you doing that, calculating the inequalities?
So I am proposing that as a country, we should do it for the entire country. My lecture did not say that let's focus on public sector. That is why my output focused on the entire country. But definitely once we start calculating it, as I said earlier on, then you need to do it per sector, because each sector has its own outputs and its own inputs. You cannot use the number of statistical products that I'm supposed to put out there for university lecturers.
It's completely different.
It's completely different.
But did you call for the creation of a public productivity committee of Parliament?
Did.
You did?
I did.
What would it do?
I feel a bit, I'm being very careful with the word that I have to use.
You don't want to be misquoted again.
I feel that it is not just right to say that you have institutions that you do not give them the opportunity to say that this, we're able to achieve this, we're not able to achieve this. We are expected that this would work at the lower level in terms of the boards, in terms of the hierarchies across institutions, but I feel that Parliament has found good reason to have a public accounts committee where people would come and give account of their dealings with their finances, and that conversation cannot happen in isolation.
Right.
Because if you say go to public accounts committee and talk about only the financial aspects, and in the course of the work you had challenges, you had to do some procurement, there were some peculiarities, if you don't understand the outputs associated with that, you wouldn't appreciate the financial arrangement.
Okay.
So normally it's a challenge having that conversation independent of productivity.
Right.
And Ghana will not be the first country to have a productivity committee at the national level.
Where else do they
in
have
the
it?
Netherlands, we have that. In UK, in US, we have shadows of them. They don't necessarily call it public productivity committees, but we have bodies that give an account of your productivity.
Okay.
And the bottom line is that you cannot systematically improve on your gross domestic product if you don't measure your productivity.
Okay. Let's look at, would low remuneration or the levels of remuneration be a factor in productivity? How much you get paid?
And I said that categorically. And I said that is possibly why you find a lot of inertia in some institutions. And I made reference to my own university, the University of Cape Coast, and I charged the Vice Chancellor that it's about time we calculate the inequality in earnings and the productivity within the universities. Because it's possible that people feel they don't have to work because once you get to a certain position, you tend to attract certain allowances that others do not. Or for instance, once you become a professor, it comes with some higher salaries and others don't get. So if you are within a system and you don't measure productivity alongside earnings, progress becomes difficult.
Let me pose this question. Suggestions that maybe we should not be paying people at the end of the month. We should be paying people every week or every 2 weeks, as is done in some countries, and that could actually bump up productivity. What does the data say?
So, Kafui, this is exactly what I alluded to on my slide on productivity, because I said that if you think about Ghana's GDP with that big number, 175 billion, what does it mean? Narrow the number down to months, hourly, weekly, and it will generate the kind of conversations that we are having. Indeed, when I did that hourly, keeping in mind it's a crude measure, hourly output, it's 7 Ghana cedis, 95 pesos. For me as an individual, I ask myself, if I get an artisan to come and work for me and the person says, I'll work for 8 hours and charge you 150, and I know that hourly earnings is 7 Ghana cedis, 95 pesos, how do I reconcile the two? In economics, one of the basic principles is the marginal effect. So when we talk about productivity, it's not about averages. It's exactly what you said. Every hour, what is the output? Every week, what is the output? And that is the conversation that we need to have. Admittedly, it's difficult, but it has to start.
Any countries in Africa doing that, paying people like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow.
Not that I'm aware of.
You talked earlier on about dependency and how it appears that if we think that we are dependent on what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, there are other countries that we are even more dependent on. I'm just curious, which countries are we that highly dependent on?
Heavily on China.
We're heavily dependent on China.
Heavily on
China.
What
do we depend on them for?
I didn't look at that from the product point of view, although that data is there, but I looked at that from the perspective of the value of the share of our imports and how we distribute it to across the countries that we import from. And if you look at the first 3 months of this year, it was averaging about 30% in terms of the value of imports that are coming from China. So of all the countries, China, in terms of value share, is about 30%.
How significant is that? I mean,
it's about a third.
Okay, so what does that mean? What will happen that would really impinge on our economy?
No, so think about it that in the case of Ukraine, it's about 5, 6, 7%. In the case of Russia, it's also about 7, 8%.
And we are shouting.
So that's the argument that I'm making.
Okay.
So if Russia, Ukraine, it's less than 10%, and China, we are recording something about 30%, then we need to begin to think about how we insulate ourselves against any challenge that might happen to China. I've not interrogated the data that much, but if you look at the data for March for China, it drops to about 12-15%. I'm not too sure what the reason is, but one of the reasons possibly could be Shanghai or their early concerns
the lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay. So if they open up, we may bump up again.
We may.
What would be your suggestions? How do we wean ourselves off this heavy dependence?
I always go back to the point that we don't even know the data, and I'm happy with
so we have to go and record first.
I'm happy with which product do we rely on the countries for? and how can we diversify?
But can't we just check that? I used to work in the shipping industry. Just get the manifest from Ghana Ports and Harbors Authority. They'll let you know what is coming from where, and then we can do an analysis of that.
So this is exactly my point. Our recording, our statistics on trade doesn't touch on vulnerabilities, and that is what my lecture sought to do. What we do is trade balance. And this is my concern, because we always look at things at the aggregate level. What is Ghana's trade balance? So if you look at all the countries, what is our trade balance? But then once you go into the trade vulnerabilities, you are able to pick up on each country and how we are vulnerable to that country. And that conversation can ensue from both the import side and the export side. And what I've done here is just on the import side. On the export side, if we really want to diversify our foreign exchange, we need to see the countries that are taking our goods and see how we diversify from that perspective.
So your basic argument is that we need to drill down so we can actually see at the granular level what is going on, instead of thinking. But that's because you're that's your field. You're micro. You look at the granular details. So for the avoidance of doubt, please let those who just tuned in know what you said. You did not say that Ghanaian public sector workers are overpaid.
I did not say that.
Okay.
What I demonstrated was the variation between their earnings and their output. The output was not with only the public sector. The output was for the country as a whole. I use earnings from the public sector as a proxy for that, and I preceded the conversation on productivity with the inequalities. Because of the high inequalities, I cannot pick an average to generalize and say that public sector workers are overpaid. So once you see those inequalities, I'm just drawing our attention to be mindful of the variations, and let us think about how we can begin to have that conversation to address the inequality and productivity challenges.
Okay, I'm going to read some messages right now for you, and then we'll wrap up this conversation. I'm here with the government statistician, the man of numbers, Professor Samuel Kobina Enim, and let's see what our board says. Okay, good morning, CAF and Prof. Not surprised some journalists misreported Prof. Some journalists do not sit through conferences or programs. They only spend a few minutes in conferences and capture statements or aspects of conference messages that will sell. Well, in every profession you have the good ones and the other ones. So, yeah, please. Clearly, the skewed average, and then, we're not talking about that. Let's see, productivity in the public sector is poor. I've been a patient at the Lions International Eye Center at Kolebu Teaching Hospital for the past 2 years. November 2021, I went there. My folder couldn't be found. My number was taken. I was told my folder would be searched for June 2022. No phone call. So I go back and my folder still cannot be found. I am told the best thing for me to do is to go for a referral letter and start the process again. I ask if my folder is missing and I am told no, but no one has the time to search for it. What happens to all the test results in my folder for the past 2 years? I've been wasting my money and time for 2 years. This is akin to sending your child to school. The child does classwork, writes exams, and after 1 year the school says, your child's records cannot be found, so your child has to repeat the class. Denta. Thank you very much for that. It's a really graphic explanation of lack of productivity. Good morning. Do you feel the government is making use of the various reports of the Ghana Statistical Service? This is Kwesi in Accra. Prof smiles. I'm sure a response will come soon. Okay, so messages. Alaji Dawuda. Answer to the host measuring his performance on the show is that there can be no dispute about the critical role that Ghanaian media have played and continue to play in building a democracy and promoting development in Ghana. So that's Alaji measuring the performance of journalists. Atu from Dansuman, please tell your brother that you greet him. Thank you very much. So I think we got some more messages for the productivity. So thank you so much. You're talking also about the prof was misquoted. Let's see. Daniel says the prof was misquoted seriously in the headline ascribed to him. All the hullabaloo emanated from interpretations that people gave to the headline. He's owed a huge apology. Have you demanded an apology from Graphic?
No.
Have they apologized to you?
Not yet.
Not yet. Graphic. Look sharp. Okay. All right. So those are the messages that I have for you right now on the 556 1034. I'm just going to run back to my seat and then we'll end it here. Normally we hear you talking about all those meetings you have with the media. What do you call them? Where you talk about inflation and basis points and things like that.
So we just call them press releases.
Okay.
We want statistics to be impartial.
All right.
So anytime we are putting out a statistics, a national statistic, we put it out at the same time for the benefit of all persons. So today, in the next 1 hour, I have to go and do the release of inflation for May 2022.
Can you give us a scoop?
It would defeat the impartiality I talked about.
It's national.
We need to break all the other videos.
GTV doesn't have any political colors. Our colors are red, gold, green, and black. Prof. One last question before I let you go. I've heard people say, "Oh, don't mind this government statistician. If the figures are not good, he will massage them. He has to make the thing look good for the president." What do you say to people like that who think that the government statistician will massage figures just to make things look good for whichever government is in power?
Thank you, Kafui. One of the things that we've done is to improve on our transparency. I think it's a challenge in terms of how the data is computed and whether people have access to the raw numbers. So we've put on our website the methodological guide for the computation of our inflation, which is mostly what people are concerned about. We're going to put out there the computation for the GDP as well, and we put the data also at the micro level. And Kafui, clearly this is what I went out there to do and challenge the universities that in other jurisdictions you don't allow only office to be computing the figures. We have institutions like university institutions that would also compute the same indicators. So
not a recipe for confusion if you have various people doing the same thing.
I mean, at the end of the day, we would be putting out there the national statistic.
Okay.
But it helps people to understand the context that I was talking about. Like I explained to you, if we continue to collect data on a cross-sectional basis and somebody collects data following the same cohort, you're going to see variations in that. And that is why your methodological guide is always important, so that when you see a 0.1, 0.2 variation, you know that the source is methodological based on the data collection. But if you don't get other institutions doing that, then people begin to raise questions. So we urge people to make use of our website, which has all the methodological guides, especially for the census exercise and the surveys that we're going to roll out.
What are the margins of error in the statistics that you give us? Let me bring my first year statistics.
We try to keep it very
low. What do you love about statistics?
I mean, it's factual. I mean, once it is what it is, it is. I mean, it's not about opinion. And as much as possible, I try not to have conversations around opinions and subjective way of looking at things.
Can statistics be politicized?
Actually, in my lecture, I said there's a seeming politicization of statistics. And what I meant by that is that we only use statistics to say that we are doing well, rather than using statistics to say that this policy is the best or this policy is not.
Okay. I'm statistically out of time for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the government statistician, Professor Samuel Kobina, I wanted the scoop from him, but we'll have to wait for him to go and make the announcement at the time that it's supposed to be done. But we wish you the very best. Regards to everybody at GSS, doing a great job. And we'll meet again, God willing, some other time.
Sure.
Thank you very much. This is GTV from statistics. We're going to lists. So there's a new procurement list from the Minerals Commission, and Valerie will be dealing with that with Mr. Martin K. Eyisi. I wonder what the K stands for. It's going to be either Kojo or Kobna or Kweku or Kofi or Kwame. He looks like a Kofi, but I could be wrong. Valerie will confirm for me. She's coming up next. And then we've got Chief Moomin at 9:30. This is GTV Breakfast. I want to sing that song again. Madomo Yesu se machwale chuputi.
Hey, what up, guys? My name
discuss the impact of the creative industry on our economy. It promises to really be a very exciting and insightful conversation. So join me, GTV, with Valerie tomorrow.
It's actually today. It's today. We are having that conversation with Chief Mumi today. So stay tuned, guys. And that's coming up after the conversation. You know, on Wednesdays at this time, we have a conversation. We have a sit down with the Minerals Commission where we delve into issues. And the outfit generally tries to explain the things that we don't know and the technical issues. And so it's breakfast again with myself, Valerie Danso. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram. Kafui Day, follow him on Twitter, Instagram, or TT. She's on Instagram and Twitter. Alan is on Instagram and Twitter. Jay is on Instagram and Twitter. Guess who else is on Instagram and Twitter? The CEO of the Minerals Commission, Mr. AEC, and I believe he's on Twitter. Very active on Twitter too. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So welcome to With Our Time with the Minerals Commission, and we'll have a recap of what we had last week, or the conversation we had last week. But on Monday, the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, he commissioned something that had to do with mercury-free to the ordinary person who doesn't understand what happened and what exactly whatever plans were commissioned. Shed more light on it for us. What happened on Monday?
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here again. Yes, you know, I keep telling you, for us at Minerals Commission and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, it's not about plans are far advanced. No. Let me take you back a little. Last year, following the directive of the President, my minister organized a national dialogue on small-scale mining somewhere in April. And then we did it regionally. And some of the things that came out was that, look, apart from getting a place for the small-scale miners to work, they needed equipment, machinery, some kind of technical support to be able to do their work.
Right.
Because you see, if you give them it's like giving a soldier a gun without a bullet. If you give them a place to work and you don't give them the equipment, the Chinese will fill the vacuum. I'm sorry. These foreigners who come in and bring equipment to support them, they will just fill the vacuum. So what happened Monday was actually a game changer.
Right.
That machine essentially is to support the small-scale miners, those who are licensed properly.
Mm-hmm.
So those who have been given license in a designated area, we give it to them to actually work and pay, because it's not something they can just buy outright. What is he supposed to do? It's supposed to crush the rock, concentrate and produce the gold. So we move them back to our warehouse and we overwhelmed by the list we got.
Right.
We intend to procure more and give it to them. So eventually, two things. We need to support the small-scale miners to work responsibly, which is a slogan, work responsibly. But they'll recover more, beyond the 40% or so mercury give them. And above all, we'll be honoring our commitment to the Minamata Convention, which says do away with mercury. So it's lovely. We are really walking the talk. And that's a sign of great things to come for the small-scale miners. That is it. So that's what the President wonderfully did for us. We are on course. We are on track.
Okay. So Mr. Yisi's words, he is walking his talk. Okay. Mr. Yisi, now let's by way of recap, what's the main purpose or rationale for the publication of this 4th edition of the procurement list?
Thank you very much. You know, the last time, there is this view across board that we've been mining for ages and mining has not benefited us. So we think that, look, we need to look beyond the traditional rents we get from mining. That is royalties, dividends, and corporate taxes. So that we really see the impact of mining across board. So one way to do it is to actually enhance and deepen local content.
Right.
So primarily, this law is supposed to do, one, create jobs. And we want to use local expertise. We want to rely on goods and services produced locally, so that by and large, these things are not brought from outside. Two, we also need to increase the capability of our local businesses and make them internationally very competitive. If we are saying that Ghana should become a hub of mining in Africa, That means that people should be able to reach the rest of Africa from here. For example, many of the explosive companies, they supply Burkina, Mali, Guinea, Ivory Coast. Do you understand? So we will need to create, of course, an environment for businesses to thrive. But the most important thing is that, again, mining over the years is seen as some kind of an enclave economy.
Right.
It needs to be linked to the rest of the economy. So we need mining to support manufacturing. If you recall, I mentioned a company somewhere in Shama in Western region, which has employed 3,500 people. They produce ceramics. And they rely on about 5 minerals. That's the kind of thing we want to do. You know, add value to iron ore, add value to, what do you call it, bauxite. But to be able to do that, you need some kind of framework. Okay, so essentially this law is supposed to give us that framework. Of course, we need to also monitor them, and then they also need to prepare their plans.
Right.
So by and large, if we are able to enforce this law very well, we think mining can contribute significantly to broad-based economic development. That is the goal. Ultimately, that is the goal.
Right. Nice. What are the requirements that determines the items that qualify to be on the list?
Okay.
What do people have to look out for?
Let's start this way. Typically, the mining companies use all kinds of products, okay, or they procure all kinds of services. We know. And what we normally do is this. By way of research and by the way of the reports we get all the time from them, we get to know that, look, the following items or the following activities, okay, typically is what goes into whatever they do at the mine site. And then we ask ourselves, can these things be done in Ghana? If the answer is yes, then we say, okay, in preparing your procurement plans,
right,
have recourse to this. We want to see, tell us, okay, this particular one, you spend X amount of money, you want to procure so much from Ghana, etc. We do all these things and then we generate the list. Now, beyond that generation, what we also settle on finally is to convince ourselves that, oh, for these items, we think that we have enough capacity by way of, the standards, the quality, and even the companies that produce them. So we don't want you to import. We want you to, what do you call it, get them locally. So the law says that come out with a list and then publish it and then tell everybody. So basically that is the essence of this new list, which we've increased from 29 to 41.
Right. Bringing me to my next question. Why has it increased? What led to other items being added to the list?
Well, the increment or the increase is premised on two things. One, the fact that over the years we have realized that we have now the capacity now to do certain things. So you realize that some items are entirely new. And then some too, we've also realized that I think we entirely procure these services or this particular item from the businesses that operate in Ghana. A few, the capacity is still a bit of a problem, but at least based on the market and the research, we can say maybe 30 or 40% can also be procured locally. So these are some of the things that go into, what do you call it, determining what should be added to the list. And then you are supposed to prepare your plans based on the list. So at the end of the day, if you tell me that, look, this particular item I'm going to procure 80%, we will have to monitor to ensure that you indeed procure the 80. If it's 79, trouble.
Right.
Other than that, you have to come back to the Minerals Commission the course of the year and say, look, I'm having some challenges. This person disappointed me, maybe force majeure or something, and for that matter, I'll not be able to do the 80. Then we are aware. But when you wait at the end of the year, you file the report, and then we discover that, look, this particular item you're supposed to procure 60, procure 10 or 40%, we'll have to ask you why, and typically it may come with a fine. We are not obsessed in fining them. We normally work together, but you are the one who convinced yourself that you could get 80%, you could get 100% from Ghana, or procure this locally.
Right.
Why did you buy 40 when your list is showing 80? So these are some of the things that we discuss with the companies, and I think by and large it's working very well.
Okay, so Mr. Isi, apart from the ones that we have has been added to the list, were there some that were taken off the list too?
No. Hardly. We hardly take anything off the list. Typically, three things normally happen every year. Either we add something new, or we'll preserve some areas which hitherto is open, let's say for Ghanaians, or we'll say maybe a certain percentage for Ghanaians. So I'll give you an example. Drilling, we are saying when it comes to underground, it requires a lot of money, it requires technology. We don't have that. We are not there yet. But in order not to leave Ghanaians behind, we are saying at least make sure that if you are procuring the services of a company to carry out drilling underground, 30% minimum should be done by a Ghanaian company. So you can do a JV or enter into what kind of arrangement. What I need to be convinced of, or the Minerals Commission, is that at least 30% is preserved. So that is a typical example. We don't take anything off the list. And then drilling for surface operation, we are saying it should be done by Ghanaians. That's one, we have capacity. They are all over the place. They are plying their trade very well. And we've never got any negative comments from the mining companies. The same thing applies to contract mining. If it's for surface operations or what we call open pit, Ghanaians. Underground, technology, more money, etc. For now, 30%. So that's what I'm trying to explain. Depending on the capacity and what we have as a nation. And we know that per research and what the companies are doing, we will say this is a no-go area for a foreign entity, but this area we welcome a JV, and this is the percentage.
Right. Okay. So which persons are expected to comply with this publication? Which persons? 3
categories of persons are supposed to comply with this law. 1, anybody who has been given a mineral right or some form of authority or approval or authorization to explore or mine a mineral. Typically, when you are given a license or an agreement, you do either of the two things. You're given a license to just look for the mineral. For the ordinary Ghanaian to understand what we call prospecting or exploration. Language, you say, oh yeah, check I can look at gemelo. That is exploration. Or when you do that for some number of years and you find something, and then you now apply to get some kind of authorization to extract the mineral, that is a mining lease. But even when you are given a mining lease, you still need to keep exploring. That's how you extend the life of the mine. So that's the first category. Those who have been given a license or a permit to explore or mine a mineral.
Right.
Now the second category are those who provide support services. That one, you have not applied to explore or mine a mineral, but you have simply saying that, look, I want to go and do contract mining for the company.
Right.
I want to go and provide lubricants, fuel. I want to, get some registration done for me to supply certain items. That's why we call them support services. So, for example, you can walk in there and then say, look, I want to be a contract miner so that I can drill, blast, and haul the rock to the mill or so for the company. Right? That's a support services. Or even security. Security. We will talk about some of the figures and some of the areas where it's quite exciting. So that's the second category. The third one is those who apply to deal in a mineral. I'll give you 2 examples. Maybe you want to build a refinery, okay? Or let's say a process tailings, the waste that has been left by the small-scale miners. You want to have some setup or some kind of plant to do that. Or those who even buy good and export. So these are the areas where they apply. But for now, we are focusing particularly on the large-scale mines who are producing. That is how it works.
Right. Okay, so there are some parts that, Mr. Isi, I would like us to talk more on. For instance, number 7, general lubricants.
Yes, lubricants. There are all kinds of machinery or equipment at the mine site. They use lubricants, and fuel. So 2019 or until 2019 or let's say this year, lubricants and fuel was just on the list. You normally see strictly incorporated in Ghana. What it simply means is that anybody from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe can come in, register a company and say, I want to supply lubricants to any mining company or supply fuel.
Right.
2019, we said now it's for Ghanaians. Look at the figure, look at the data, $300 million, nearly $300 million was procured fuel by the mining companies 2019. Now, for Ghanaians. The money stays here. It doesn't go outside. That's what we mean. Now, lubricants was added to the list this year. So what it simply means is that the likes of Total, Vivo, Engie & Co. cannot supply lubricants to the mining company. Because these are foreign. Yes, it has to be done by a Ghanaian company. Now, in 2019, about $17.5 million was spent on lubricants. Then the figure shot up by 1 million to about 18.5. I keep saying more mines are coming up, existing ones are expanding, etc. So very soon we'll cross the 20 million threshold. Again, this money will stay here. So I'm telling 30 million Ghanaians that effective, as we speak, fuel and lubricants, which is over $300 million, as at the last 2 years' data, must be done solely by Ghanaians. We will not allow foreign companies to do that. The money stays here. That is the kind of thing we are talking about.
Number 22.
Number 22, insurance.
Reinsurance services.
Yes. Again, this is also just on the list. So it means that any insurance company can set up, once you are properly registered by the regulator, which is the Insurance Commission, you can go and then get what do you call it, insurance services for the mining companies. This year, what we are saying is that a minimum of 20% should be reserved for Ghanaian companies. So what did we do? I'm not a regulator. So we wrote to the National Insurance Commission. They gave us the names. We've sent the names to all the mining companies. And every property, every asset at every mine site is supposed to be insured by law. So look at a site like Newmont, Anglo Gold Ashanti, Goldfish, etc. That's a lot of money. 2019, $12 million was spent on insurance. $12 million. Again, the figure is likely to go up because new operations are coming up. They are expanding. They are procuring more equipment. And because every asset has to be insured, you need for this. So I'm expecting that the $12 million or so will go up. And I'm saying at least 20% of that minimum should be placed with insurance companies whose directors and shareholders are Ghanaians. That's the only way we can what? Improve their international competitiveness, boost their capabilities, etc. So by doing all these things, we will be connecting money properly, so-called, to the rest of the economy. The same applies to the financial services, which is the big ticket. Financial services. Financial service. Again, 20%. As of last year, it was just on the list. So the companies in preparing their plan will say, look, we may do X, Y, Z. But now we are also saying that 20% of your financial transactions should be done with the banks that are 100% owned by Ghanaians. We've gotten the list from Bank of Ghana. So I can mention a few: National Investment Bank, Agri Development Bank. These are Ghanaian owned, you know, and then Car Bank, etc., and even CBG. 20% reserved for them. So look at this rough mathematics. So if a company is producing, let's say, 400,000 ounces, granted the price of gold stays at the current 1,800, that's about 720 million. So 20% of that, a little over 100 million. And we are saying it should go to any of these 9 local banks. And it's so important for us. So we are looking beyond taxes, dividends, and then the so-called, royalties that traditionally we've been receiving. We intend to deepen this as the years go by.
Okay. Number 21 is...
21.
That's legal services.
21 legal services. Yes. Here we're saying that...
Exclusively Ghanaian.
Exclusively Ghanaian, because we discovered some time ago that some companies will bring in... in the first place, I happen to be a lawyer myself. You can't practice law in Ghana unless you are called to the bar in Ghana. It doesn't matter whether you are trained in Oxford, called to the bar, you still have to come here. And then we discovered in one of the checks that some of these people come as expatriates, and then they will say regulatory compliance, and then he might be in a company, and then he will be doing legal work. So we got the alarm, and then we insisted that under no circumstance should you ever that happen. So if it's legal services, you procure the services of Ghanaian law firms or an individual lawyer to do your work for you, either contracts or even if a company is sued. That is that. And then the figure is also going up very well. A lot of lawyers now are interested in natural resources law. So that is that on legal services.
Services.
Yes.
And then security services.
Security, again, was open to everyone. Then we put it on the list. 2019, about $16.5 million was spent by the mining companies for security. So they have to protect the mine site, particularly when it comes to precious minerals like gold, like this. You need to have this your private security all over the place. And the figure again will go up because the mines are expanding. It's now done by Ghanaians. We don't allow any foreign entity to come and set up here and say, I want to provide security services to any mining company. That is also preserved totally for Ghanaians.
For Ghanaians. And then contract mining.
Contract mining.
Surface operations.
All right, contract mining, there are two aspects of it.
Contract mining is...
Contract mining...
Surface operations, number 24.
Number 24. If you look at the list, you have contract 24 and 25.
Yes.
It's broken into two.
So 24 is mining surface operations, and 25 is mining underground operations.
Yes, mining on the surface, what they call open pits, but surface operations.
Okay.
Or you go underground, like Obuasi, like Chirano. These are underground operations. Some are open pits. We are saying that effective this year, when it comes to the surface operations, it has to be done by Ghanaian companies. Again, 2019, almost about $800 million was spent on contract mining. The figure is heading to $1 billion. It will go over $1 billion. Again, let me repeat, this is more than royalties. It's more than taxes that we take. That one goes directly to government. So if contract mining, out of the 41 items on the list, contract mining alone, if that is a little over $1 billion and the figure can go up, and I'm saying most of the surface operations will go to Ghanaians, again, to repeat my popular slogan of saying the money stays here
in Ghana.
So that is out. Underground technology, because some of the mines are very deep, over 1,000 meters deep. So it's quite capital intensive. You need modern technology. We are not there yet. But even that one, some Ghanaians have taken up the challenge. The challenge. Just like they took up the challenge a few years ago to go into drilling, and now it's for them. So you take Obuasi mine underground, it's a JV, 50-50 between a Ghanaian and a foreign entity. Beautiful, so nice. We expect to see more of that. So in the years to come, we now can say that, look, when it comes to even contract mining, Ghanaians will do it. Now, if we continue these things and we monitor them and we deepen it and enhance them properly, then we can now say that, look, we are now seeing the real benefits of mining. Real benefits. So that is that on contract mining.
Right, okay. Now, you've mentioned lots of figures and the money that's going to stay here. In a nutshell, in a sound bite, what would be the overall benefits of these regulations and modifications to our economy?
Overall benefit, Ghanaians want to see mining contributing to broad-based economic development.
Simple.
So Ghanaians want to see beyond the taxes, beyond the royalties, and beyond the the other rents also that government gets. We want to see that, look, Takwa, Bibiani, Obuasi, and Co., you can really feel and see the impact of mining. That companies, you see a company that has set up, let's say in Takwa, or let's say Bibiani or Chirano, those mining areas, and then they are manufacturing various products or items that the mines are using, and they are employing thousands of people, and they themselves are also paying taxes. That is what we want to see. So mining should be able to contribute to broad-based development. And please, maybe before I go, we are not looking at just exploration or mining per se, the traditional mining or exploration that we know of. We are looking at the entire value chain. So exploration, there should be local content there and local participation. We're looking at mining properly, so-called, that's the extraction itself. We're looking at smelting, refining, those are the downstream activities. So it is the entire chain that we want to see all those things. One more thing. We are also saying that, or the law says that companies must also list on the stock exchange. Yes. they must also list on the stock exchange. So very soon they will be doing that, and the likes of you can go and buy shares. So at least 20% they must list. Now we will increase the market capitalization of the stock exchange. And then, look, you go to South Africa and go to Ashanti, which has 2 big mines. They don't have any mines in South Africa, but they are listed on Joburg Stock Exchange. Companies are listed on London Stock Exchange. They are listed on what do you call it, PEF. For now, there's only one company, Anglo Gold. We want practically all of them to list. So in the course of the discussion, I may come with the Ghana Stock Exchange and the Security and Exchange Commission for us to discuss how they can list. But before we sign off, Friday is a wonderful day for all of us. Friday, we are not talking about mining. We eat and eat, drink mining every day. Friday is Green Ghana Day. Green Ghana Day. So go for your seedlings and all over this place, GBC, start planting. When I come next week, I'll check. Myself, I'm also going to plant in my village.
We have been planting.
Yeah, so let's go planting on Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. EC. Thank you. And so, yeah, Friday is Green Ghana Day, and yes, I'm looking for the seedlings now. So this has been our time with the Minerals Commission, and we've had none other than the CEO himself to shed more light on the procurement list and what we should know all about the list. We're going to see them again next weekend on the Time with the Minerals Commission, but you're going to be seeing me very shortly on the Yellow Couch, and we are going to be talking arts, loss of poetry in the house, and the impact COVID had on the creative arts industry. And I'm going to have that conversation with none other than the man who engineered the Wogbejeke stage play. It was amazing. Chief Moment is coming up after this break, guys. Hello. So yeah, like I said, we're on the Yellow Couch and Chief Muming is here. What the video you saw was a performance by him at
Expo Dubai.
Imagine that.
Dubai Expo.
So, because we were talking, you and I were talking, I wasn't really listening to what you were saying.
So I was invited to do a performance at an event. It's called Dignified Storytelling. The Dubai government is, through the expo, launching a not new ways, but they wanted to reconceptualize how stories are told so that it puts respect and dignity on the people that is being talked about, especially in the world of NGO and advertising. Sometimes how NGOs, when they want to raise money, the kind of pictures that they select, the emaciated children, so they want, to champion a campaign that talks about the dignity of the person whose story is being told. So it was a huge forum, and I got a privilege. I actually did a number of performances at the expo for the 6 months period. So it was a good platform for international exposure. Okay, so for me,
best favorite is Wogbejeke.
Yes.
I know how it started because we spoke way back before. But then after that, you've staged it so many times.
Yes, I have.
And that every time you happen to be there when it's staged, it's like the impact hits you more.
Yes.
What's Wogbejeke? How has it been for you?
This has been a learning curve. For the past 4 years, we haven't staged a commercial show. We've done a few private ones. Recently, we staged it for the WTPO conference hosted by GEPA. But for me, it was a learning curve. And the whole idea of Wogbejeke stems from the understanding of such a rich culture and history in our part of the world that the only thing left for us to do is to package and present it to ourselves and to the rest of the world. If you go around the world, you have theater productions that stage for decades, like The Lion King, been staging for 20 years. There's no reason why we can't have a compelling production that can stage and tour the world. So my whole vision is to package and present Ghanaian and African history in such a way as to engage audiences locally and internationally, to be enthralling, entertaining, epic, exciting, but also educative. So we started our little attempt with Wogbejeke, and we are even moving on to something even bigger. If you loved Wogbejeke, watch out for my next project. Hopefully, inshallah, I'll launch it this year. That one, I'm tackling African history, and we're trying to curate the world's biggest theater production with a cast of 500. It will be absolutely extravagant.
Wow.
Yes.
Are the actors going to be Ghanaians only?
Yes, for starters, it's going to be Ghanaians. But because we're tackling an African-wide story, we're going to recruit from all over Africa once we're expanding. But even with this production, we'll have a few people from different African countries participating.
Wow.
Yes. In fact, that's what I've been working on for the past 4 years, trying to raise the needed capital, because after the challenges of Wogbejeke is expensive to produce. I just went through 4 years, stressful. I decided to just take my time, raise the funds I need to really build my vision. So I tell people that when you see Wogbejeke is just about 60% of our potential, the artists, myself and the artists that I work with, and so Ghana is yet to see what we are really made of.
Right. Yes. You're well vexed when it comes to the creative industry, not just in poetry, but when it comes to proper production.
Yes.
What is your perception of the creative industry here in Ghana now?
Well, I think that in the past decade or so, we've been seeing a heightened interest. When we say the creative industry, usually people just think about entertainment in quote, which is part. The creative industry encompasses a lot of things, right? It's the performing arts, what we do, theater, music, movies, and all of that. But it's also the fashion industry. So look at how beautiful you're looking. The creative industry is on you. It is the beauty industry, makeup, hairdressers, barbers, and all of that. It's the technology industry, graphic designers, photographers. This is the creative industry. These camera people that you are seeing, these editors that you are seeing, these graphics that you are seeing. So the creative industry is such a powerful and a huge industry that I feel that the largest concentration of entrepreneurs you find in this country are in the creative industry, because it's the industry that with just your talent you can start a business. With just a laptop, with just my ability to write or sing or act or to sew or design, I can start a business, right? All other industries, you need some serious kind of capital, to do in production, even in agriculture and all of that. So you find that a lot of young people are finding jobs for themselves, creating jobs for themselves and others through the creative industry. And I think that this country is yet to appreciate and even scrape a minute benefit out of it. I think that there's a huge potential. If we want to solve our unemployment, these are some of the areas that we have to be looking at.
Right. But in our part of the world, where even a comedian when we all know comedy pays a lot, but if you're going into comedy, hey, you're seen as being maybe a fool. You understand? How do we let people understand, the stakeholders, people who can finance the creative industry? How do we make them understand that, hey, this is a resource to tap into, like this is the next big thing? How do we bridge that gap?
Starting from my brothers in comedy, I mean, obviously comedy is one of the most intellectual arts that you can participate in. If you especially even watch comedy around the world, it takes a great level of intelligence to actually make together, you know, skits and you know, stories and performances that would, you know, make people laugh. So comedy is actually a very high valued art around the world, and sometimes some of the best social critics, especially in places like the United States, are found in comedy. But I agree with you, now the young ones in the industry, we're trying to make a business case, because previously, as art was about their passion, I want to do this, and people were hesitant, especially parents, because they know that people find employment in the traditional roles, so they want you to become a banker, a teacher, a lawyer, and all of those things. But within the past decade, people are beginning to show that the creative industry can pay and are taking it serious. So you look at these modern day musicians, you know, there's a business aspect of it. You look at these young guys, the industry of streaming, YouTube. So now there's a whole business establishment, and it's a new area, and people who are investing in it now stand to benefit. But what we have to do as artists, I consider myself a creative entrepreneur, so I wear both hats, as a business person as well as, and that's what I've been trying to do, is to actually speak the language of business, is to show people the numbers. And now it's easy to show people the numbers. It's just easy to show. So when I'm doing my pitch for my next production, I tell them that the production is like Lion King has been staging for 20 years. Lion King is based off an African aesthetic, you know, so the music, the dance was really inspired by Africa that Disney took and has created a cultural product that has grossed over $8 billion in revenue. If Disney can do that with our stories, then we can also do that with our stories. So it's about how we artists begin to package and present ourselves. You know, we are not just entertainers, you know, we are cultural influencers, you know, we are builders of economies. And I think that within this last decade, a lot of us are now doing that, from music to theater. Look at what my brother's been doing with his theater, Latif Abubakar of Globe Productions, even with poetry. Look at poetry, look at Nanasas, look at Ramsoni, look at the fashion industry. Right now, almost everybody is wearing kaftans, right? And that's one of the things I'm proud about the fashion industry. You can imagine the amount of jobs that previously used to go to weddings, you see a lot of people in suits, but now you see more people are wearing kaftan. Look at the guests that you hosted. Kaftans are in the clubs now. Yeah. Kaftans are in the clubs and these are sewn locally. So it shows you that there is something happening in the creative industry. Look at the wedding industry, for example. Look at the Pistas and all of the big names in our fashion industry and all of that. So now look at movie production. Look at someone like Yvonne Nelson, who moved from an actress to a producer, employing people. So it's not easy, it's difficult, but we are beginning to think the business sense and to show the numbers and to actively seek out investors. I have been on the negotiating table with investors for over 1 year now, still trying to convince them to put probably what will be the biggest investment in any single theatrical product in Africa, you know. But I am making the business case. I'm showing them the figures and the examples and showing them that we can build billion-dollar empires through our creative industries in our part of the world.
Amazing stuff. Mumin, when you speak, like you speak, I guess the word. Okay. How about training? Yes. There are people are hungry. Yeah. There are lots of opportunities now in the creative sector. Do we have enough training centers? Do you have training facilities? Do we even have schools that from, you know, right from when you're a tender age, you can, when you know you want to go into the arts? Do we have these facilities, or we are just, like, you know, wasting our talents?
It depends, because the creative art, you know, training or creativity in itself, one is a mindset and it's a skill set, right? So even the way in which students are taught in schools, if you inculcate in them the mindset of creativity, how do you think outside the box? How do you solve, you know, problems? That alone is a creative, you know, design thinking. But there's also the skill set, and that's where things like drama clubs, creative writing clubs come in school, you know, visual. So what we have to ensure, because when I was in school, they were is that we may not necessarily need separate schools, you know, to teach people creative skills, but we need, especially from the basic, you know, to, you know, the senior high school level, to have it inculcated in our curriculum as well as our extracurricular activities, and that's standard worldwide. So especially when you even start teaching young kids, it's about drawing, it's about images, it's about sight and sounds, you know. So it's the way in which we approach learning, which is one, but in the way in which we provide opportunities for students to express their creative abilities. So in our secondary schools, in our JSS, there should be drama competitions, there should be variety events, the students should be, now the digital arts, students should be encouraged to go into digital. Obviously, if you want to take some professions, so there are institutions like the School of Performing Arts that will give you that professional, theoretical, and practical training. There is NAFTI, you know, that will take you through, you know, film, television, advertising. So for that, and also even wherever you find yourself, as I said, creativity is innate. Banker, you can be a doctor, a lawyer, and still be a musician, and still be a writer, and still be a painter, and still be a graphic artist, because fundamentally it boils down to a particular innate talent. It is talent driven, and then you have to polish the talent through either practice, education, but mostly always through practice as well. But constant education is important.
And then also trying to open up a level of consciousness when it comes to the creative space. Are we not picking too much of foreign cultures into a proper Ghanaian setting?
Yes, I mean, that's a very, very important question. I always say that arts does two things. One, it shows people who they are, but most importantly, it shows people who they can be. So art is about certain aspirations, and that's how we directly connect arts to national development, right? What do you want your average Ghanaian to be, or your African citizen to be? And how do you use the arts to quantify them? Because that is the single most important way in which we create. So for example, let's say, and I always use this example, it wasn't very fashionable some time back for people to wear African print, young ladies to wear African print. They were seen as something that old people did. Until we started glamorizing African print in our movies, in our adverts. You know, what probably Shirley did in her movies. You know, you see all of these glamorous celebrities wearing African print. Now it's fashionable to wear African print. So it's about how we make our culture, aspects of our culture, fashionable. Obviously, in the world we are, culture is not static, it's dynamic, and culture would always transform and grow with different influences. But how do you adapt influences in such a way that you do not lose your identity? So, for example, what messages are we sending out in our movies? Is it always about the fairer you are, the more beautiful? I mean, with all respect to your beauty, of course. You know, I mean, you know, the thing what we call colorism. Why is it that bleaching is such a fundamental problem in African societies? Because we have projected the standard of beauty. So the celebrities, the models, everyone is trying to look fair. If we begin to project a particular image that is realistic to us, you know, people are, sorry, in quotes, fickle. So culture is propaganda. So when it comes to dressing as well, if people feel that suit and tie is the most ideal, that's what they will always wear. So it's about also having conscious artists, artists who understand their role and responsibility in our societies, so that the messages that we put out there, the images that we put out there would, over a long time, be able to curate a particular mindset that we need for national development. If you want people, sorry, one last example, right? Made in Ghana rice, for example. How many years have we not been watching long grain rice, perfumed rice, advertisements on our screens, people eating,
but still showing, and then it's still showing on air.
I'm just showing you the power of the arts, because advertising is arts, right? So that is why in Ghana we're all eating perfumed rice, because it has been drummed and advertised into us. So as a national development tool, if you want to rice importation, increase local production, we can use the arts by making people see that it is, in quotes, sexy to eat local rice. And this is a direct connection to our economy.
Wow. Okay. Is there also a relation or a difference between the creative economy, and the creative industry?
Oh, well, I mean, it's just using terms interchangeably, right? So the creative industry is a creative economy, and the creative economy is part of the broader economy. So, for example, if you ask the question, do you want to?
No.
No, I was just trying to, you know, jump ahead of the, you know. So I'm saying that the creative economy, the creative industry is the same terminology, but they are within the same broader national economy.
So bringing me to my next question, I interviewed a certain gentleman, and when we were speaking, he said, as a creative person, even for example myself, I need to go and do copyright. Just think, oh, we are creative people. I'm a presenter, I'm a poet, but there are certain technicalities that we find lacking here. Why? And how And how do you think we can bridge this?
Because we don't have the structures. So, for example, if I were in a developed economy like the United States, my job is a writer, a creator. All that I'll be looking for is a studio, is an agent, is a business to come and hire my work or take my work. But here, you basically have to create that studio. You basically have to create that business. So if I had a script and I wanted someone to produce for me, there's no major theater houses who are into taking script and producing, right? So I have to produce my own place. So when I was producing Ogbajeke, I was a writer. I was working, I was a fundraiser. I was looking for sponsorship. I was a marketer. I was writing jingles, going to radio stations to publicize my program. And on top of working on the production, it takes a toll on you. You have
Four different job titles.
So I was really under stress. You have to do the business, you have to do the creative. We have to move ideally into an industry where creatives will focus on creating and business will focus on the business. Because creativity is business. So you go, there are all of these big business all around the world. Their job is to take the creatives and let them produce for them. That's the status that we have to get. But right now, the truth is that, especially in a lot of the creative spaces, you have to bootstrap. You have to do things by yourself. But we have to do the work now, so that it will be easier for future generations. So right now, my focus is to build a global production giant, right? And we can only do that if we have the capacity. We can only have the capacity if we have the resources. We can only have the resources if we're able to invest people to see the creative art as the creative industry. In fact, my good friend Dr. Hakib says we should refer to that as the creative industry, as a viable, investable sector. Because right now, when people get money, where do they invest in? Real estate. A lot of the houses people are not even living in it. In affordable housing, everyone is building 100,000, 400, 500,000. I mean, I say that there are no wealthy people in Ghana. If there were wealthy people, and I'm digressing, but it's important, creativity is about national development. If there were wealthy people in Ghana, I am here to see a wealthy person say, I want to do something like the Senate flat. I live at Adenta. I drive through Adenta Senate flat, hundreds of them, thousands of families. I am here to see a consortium of wealthy people who can do that. Everyone is just buying land and building small houses. But we will not solve our housing problem if we do not invest in those kinds of housing facilities, right? You go to abroad, everyone is doing vertical living, high-rise living, because people are investing, in those kinds. But I'm digressing, yes. So we have to show that the creative industry is investable. And once we do that and money starts coming in, we can create proper businesses and channels. And that is where some of us want to go into. So I want to create a structure in such a way that I can divulge myself, take myself out of the business of managing and focus on the creativity, so that we can have enough funds to pay marketers to do all the things that they have to do, so I can really just focus on my talent, my passion, curate spectacles and productions that will awe the audience and travel the world. So yes, we don't have an industry yet, but we have to do the work now so that it is easier for future generations.
Someone I spoke to, an artist, a creative person I spoke to, said that the structures in Ghana, they're fickle. But then social media in Nigeria is big, and Nigerian artists and creative people in Nigeria harness social media more than Ghanaian creative people. You are in the creative industry. Do you think it's true?
In fact, I'm glad you brought Nigeria. Great questions you're asking today, Valerie. You're touching all the right spots. and not to digress, but the biggest blessings that has happened to Nigeria is the creative industry. Hitherto, when you think of Nigeria, the politicians have given Nigeria a bad name through corruption. Yahoo boys have given bad name, through fraud. So Nigeria had a very terrible image globally. But Nigeria now, when it comes to culture, are the dominant forces from Africa. Music and movies particularly. And it's a huge industry that is employing millions of people in Nigeria. So if Nigeria has any modicum of acceptance globally, it is thanks to their musicians, their actors, their writers, who are spot on and internationally celebrated. This shows you what just this sector can do in holding up. I even think that that's the only sector holding up the Nigeria. Nigeria is sitting on a time bomb. The ethnic rivalry, the political rivalry is so rife that the only thing that is giving this country such a sense of nationhood and holding it together is their creative industry. That shows you the kind of almost life-saving critical role our creative industry plays in our societies. So yes, back to your question. What was the question again?
Oh, you threw me off. Okay, so yes. I was asking, so we're comparing how Nigeria and creative people harness social media more than Ghanaian artists, then that's where you digress.
Sure. Do they harness social media more than... I mean, Nigerians are more go-getters. Obviously, if you live in such a competitive, populated nation where it is either you do or you die, you are forced to do. So for me, that's just it. So Nigerians are very driven wherever they find themselves, in whatever sector they find themselves. So if it's on social media, then definitely they would harness the power of social media. But I like that it is challenging us. You know, recently there was this whole conversation that why is Nigerian music, you know, dominant in Ghana. I thought that was really a ridiculous conversation. Ghanaians are not listening to Nigerian music because we love Nigerians so much or because we are doing them a favor. Nigerian music is a global force. If Ghanaians decide to close our airwaves, if we decide to stop listening to Nigerian, it will do nothing to their industry. They will only continue to keep moving forward. So the best we can do is to learn from them, be inspired by them, and to be challenged by them. And now you see that our boys are becoming wild because can sell out the O2 Arena, 20,000 audience for 3 days consecutively. Sarkodie should be able to do that. Shadawale should be able to do that. Stonebwoy should be able to do that. So we are putting pressure on them to think big. Because right now, the market is not just our small market, it's global. So yes, Nigerians, mad, I respect them a lot, you know, for their sense of drive on entrepreneurship. And investment is coming into the sector now.
Do you think as creative people here in Ghana, we are not pushing ourselves? We are not pushing ourselves?
Well, some are. You know, Ghana, naturally, we are laissez-faire. You know, we are laid back. Chill. You know, that's our kind of attitude. But as I said, the younger generation now, Charlie, we are wild.
You have to move with violence, you know?
I know, right? You have to be go-getters. We see what is happening. As I said, we see what is happening in the world. We see, I mean, Burna Boy is touring the world, filling arenas. You know, these guys are now multi-millionaires. I don't think there's any Ghanaian artists, you know, in terms of musicians, you know, because we have now fine arts, the likes of Ibrahim Mahama, Sej, Atukwe Klote, you know, in the fine arts we are doing quite well, you know, but right now we are being challenged. And I think that we would respond to that challenge. And I always say that, look, Nigeria has taken over the music market, the movie market. I hope that through my project, Ghana can take over the theater market in Africa.
To the world, to the world. You know, we've been talking about the creative industry and how to make it better and develop it. There's some people who, this is the first time they're actually hearing you speak off stage. Okay. And when you leave here, we all know Chief Muming as a poet and he does other things. So if you're not on stage, what do you do? Let's get to know who Chief Muming is, okay?
Well, I'm simply a humble poet and a playwright and a creative entrepreneur. So essentially, as I said, what I've been doing for the past 4 years, being hungry to do, is to raise funding. You know, so my next project seeks to create a world, an entertainment world, a cultural world that will have various products. You know, starting with theater, then we'll move on to other things, telling the African story. So essentially, I mean, as I said, that's all I do. I'm a creative entrepreneur, you know, trying to raise funding, put people together, create employment. My work budget for production employs 150 to 200 people when we have a production. That's massive. Solid. I want to get to a point where our corporation has over 1,000 employees on our payroll who are paid regularly on a monthly basis. One of the things that inspires me and challenges me, look, I work with people that I've worked with for 15 years, right? Your conditions pretty much the same, you know. I want to be able to develop something where it can have such life-transforming impact that, look, my cast and crew can say that through this project that we have been on, I've also built a house, I've done this for myself. I mean, and I think it's possible. Others are making a living. Here, we are scraping, we are living from hand to mouth, but we will get there. So essentially, that's what I do as a creative entrepreneur, looking for opportunities to build what I do as an industry. So I'm a writer first because I was an artist, poetry, drama, you know, and all of that. But I'm also as an entrepreneur trying to build the business of that
creative entrepreneur. A creative entrepreneur. Chief Muming.
Yes, Valerie.
It's been amazing chatting with you.
Absolutely.
In your next production, is it going to be easy to get these 500 people?
Oh, yes. If I want 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people.
So it means we have a lot of actors.
Too many. Some of them you can see on our screen.
So we can there's a plethora for us to pick from.
Yes, there is. It's
right. It. And how do you think we'd be able to make our creative sector that inviting to get investors? Because everybody I speak to here who's a creative person, the biggest thing we have is our finances.
Yes, I mean, you see, finish your question?
No, I'm done.
Okay, so, you know, nations are built, I call it makers of civilization, right? We don't have champions in our part of the world. That's for sure. We don't have champions, we don't have patrons in our part of the world. So, for example, in developed economies, right, people will make their money and say, look, I want to build a theater. I want to give a foundation to this. You know, I want to put an endowment in this. You know, so you go, you know, for hundreds of years, someone has given money and that money is still having impact, you know. So creativity, one, is a business, but also is an investment for cultural, you know, development. So, okay.
Movie producers who have sat here say people refuse to let them into their homes to shoot.
Yes, well, that's also a challenge. You know, so it's a whole mindset of a people. The solution does not lie in this generation of, you know, wealth holders, because that generation already has that mindset that, you know, we are not alive to these realities about how we create civilizations. You know, it is up to us. When I become resourceful, inshallah, will I perpetuate that cycle or will I be different? So when I talk to young people, and sometimes I get invitations all around, you know, to speak to students, I tell them, like, some of you become, you know, will be in positions of influence in future. Some of you will be the rich people, the wealthy people in our society, you know, in the next couple of decades. When you become that, find yourself in that place, will you become the solution, or you become the complaints that we are complaining about now? So that solution does not lie in this generation. We are trying to bring some of them in. We will succeed a little, but for that shift, that paradigm shift, we need a critical mass, and that critical mass should be people like us, people like you, Valerie. When, you know, in a couple of, you know, years, when we become resourceful, how are we, you know, how are we using that resource to change our society fundamentally? What are we investing? Are we doing the same old? I'm not investing. If you build 1 or 2 houses, it's okay. What else can you invest in? And this even cuts across, you know, there's this whole thing about youth and great youth, and I think that's one of the, I mean, I don't want to use it. I mean, so for example, you won't go to China, you won't go to US, you won't go to London and hear youth in Agric. Because you want young people to use their creativity. Look, if a young person is interested in Agric, there should be opportunities for them to explore. But I feel that people with resources in this country are the people who should invest in Agric and employ young people. Young people are looking for work to do. If that work is in the agri-business, they will go into it, right? But this whole craze, I mean, we have about 40 to 50% of our population who are already into agriculture. So the problem with agriculture is not human resource. It's that we are not doing industrialized agriculture. And for the industrialized agriculture, you need the people with the resources to stop investing in luxury real estate all the time and invest in agriculture. So it's the same thing. We need to diversify our portfolio of investment. This economy is a secular economy. The same economy 20 years ago is still the same economy that we have. If we want to really develop, if we want to create more opportunities, we have to take different routes. And if we do not pave those routes with our investment, we'll all keep juggling over the same small. That's why everyone is running for government contracts, right? So we are a procurement economy, and we have been a procurement economy since when? So it's the responsibility of our generation that when we are blessed with opportunity and resources, to see what new path are we going to chart so that this pie will become bigger. Because right now it's a smaller pie. We're all looking for a piece of that smaller pie. How do we, you know, expand that pie? We can only do that by investing in different routes. And one of those viable routes is the creative route. And the creative route has a direct impact on your tourism, because tourism must sit on a particular content. And that's a whole conversation. Ghana can become the #1 tourism destination in Africa. And it can become our biggest sector of our economy. And that cannot happen if we do not develop the creative industry to support it.
I was about to ask you, what would you think about the creative, the ministry of, the creative ministry, tourism? And I was going to ask you that, do you think it's helping the creative people, or is just sticking to one area of the arts? But my director is saying that yes, and so we can, we'll definitely. But you know, you can't leave here without a poem, like 2-3 lines. Come on,
2-3 lines.
Come on, come on.
It is possible that we too can be among the high and mighty of this world, that our cities can be connected by bullet trains and ooze with magnificent buildings like pyramids touching the heavens within a well-laid out ambience of greenery, serenity, and timeliness. It is possible that we can be worth more than our gold, cocoa, and oil, and that our talent and passions within us can be our single most important resource which we can harness to drive our progress. It is
possible.
Thank you.
It is possible, guys, and yes, our show has been made possible. But you guys, sending in your contributions, your videos, and joining us. And thank you for staying with us. We promise you another exciting edition tomorrow. If you want to catch a repeat of this show and all the conversations, it will be on air again and repeat at 11 p.m. on GTV. And of course, if you go on Facebook, if you go on Twitter, Instagram, you'll find all our conversations there and follow us. Okay, have a great day, guys. Hey, Chief.
Thank you.
Peace out.